Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Ishaminya. Thank you, Zipporah. On the chat box, whatever you do on the list, you also do it on the chat box. Dorothy, kindly rename yourself. Techno Spark. Okay, once again, let's rename ourselves. Galaxy A7, kindly rename yourself. Lois Njuki. Lois Njuki. Kindly rename. Dorothy, having problems renaming yourself. Once again, take your cursor down. Participants, an icon with the two and then click on it. It will give you a list of those who are in the meeting on your right, and your name will appear at the top. So when your name appears at the top, if you click on your name, it will give you now a prompt to rename yourself.
A lot to discuss, and as they said, you can't.
Galaxy A7, you have a question? Kindly ask. Galaxy A7, your hand is up. You have something to say? Okay. So I want to take it back to Mary to continue with the. Okay. She's preparing to. Okay, so once again, let's rename ourselves, please. Techno WX3, Rosalia Muema, Peter Fondo, Patricia Akech, Oppo A5, Nicholas Nzai, Lois Njuki, Dorothy Opala, Clive N, Sharif Muema, Muhammad Nalasa, Hassan Omweno, Galaxy A7, Firdaus, Fatma Rashid, Aondo Douglas, kindly 1 minute, we rename ourselves and then we move on. In the meantime, also whatever you do on your name, you also do the same in the chat box. But in the chat box now, you also add your school, where you come from. I know there will be a topic on how to use Zoom, but maybe a quick refresher on how to rename ourselves. Kindly pass your cursor below your screen. You will see an icon with the 2 people standing side by side. A torso and some head. I think those are heads. Then you click on it. Your name will appear on the right as the top one. It will be at the top. And then when you click on it, it will give you a prompt actually to rename yourself. Dorothy, are you struggling?
Yes.
Dorothy, are you struggling doing that? Rosemary, yes, please. Rosemary, your audio is not there. You need to activate it. So I guess what you can do is just leave the meeting and then rejoin again. And then it will give you a prompt actually to set up your audio, and then you'll be good to go. The same with Techno W3. Techno and Rosemary, kindly just leave the meeting and then you rejoin again. It will give you a prompt to set up your audio. Okay, I want to give it to Mary to lead us. But before that, I can see Chilande. You pray for us, and then I'll give it back to Mary. Chilande, are you there? Madam Emily, if you can hear me. Okay, Mary, then take lead. Mary?
Yeah, thank you very much, Magodi, for this chance. I want to welcome everyone in this meeting, the principals, the teachers of mathematics and English. Welcome to this meeting, and thank you for joining in large numbers. I can see many people are still coming, and I assure you that you're going to get a lot of strategies which you can go back and continue using. So this one is not a training, it's a refresher, because you know we have been doing this, we've been implementing this. So we just need to be refreshed on what we are already doing so that we can improve on it, and so that we can be able even to implement better than what we were doing. So I welcome all of you, and I take this chance just to take you through what you are going to expect today. I know you have a lot of expectations, and you're going to get a lot of information and build on what you already have. So just to go through somebody who is so this so I'm just going to take you through the program of today. So we're going to go through, appreciate the opportunities of remote learning in providing continuity of learning. So that is something that you have been doing, and we really, really commend you for the good work that you have been doing, because in the schools, Jerimisha schools, something good has been happening, and we really commend the effort that you put in this, even with very little support from the project. We saw the resilience of the teachers, the innovation, the creativity that came along with it, and you are able to own this initiative, which is a very good part on the project, because we can see there is sustainability. Even after Jerimisha is done, we still continue doing the good things. We are going to be refreshed on online tools. We know that mostly we've been using WhatsApp, but we have many other options that we can use, and we are going to be carried through by our able coaches, so that we are able to explore other tools that you can use to continue implementing the activities that you are doing. We know you have been doing collaborative writing. There are various other tools that you can use for that. Content production. Last time we had a meeting, I shared a platform where you can go and get materials, content that has been produced by the teachers of maths and English. You have been having discussions with students on text, on charts, and you have been doing gamification, you have been doing presentation, quizzes, surveys. All these are things that you have been doing, but I'm sure that still some of you need to be refreshed to be able to use tools that will help you to continue implementing these activities in a better way. So we are also, after this, going to develop an action plan for rolling out the program better in our schools. And we know that the platforms right now are not working very well, because after the students heard that they are going to, the opening dates have been extended, I'm sure they were demoralized, and we need to find out strategies that we can use to make sure that the students are back in learning, also for the teachers, so that we are able to continue. So we are going to have a plan. How are we going to continue implementing this so that it continues even after COVID? How can we still continue to use this platform, maybe to provide homework or remedial for students after school? So we can still explore on that and have a plan for this. So I want to really thank you for what you have been doing. And with the support, of course, of the principals, I acknowledge the support of the principals, because if it were not the principals, I'm sure that this would not have happened in their schools. But the principals have supported this initiative. We truly thank them for that, even after even providing bundles for the teachers, even for the students, and for making sure that everything is rolled out properly. So we commend the good work of the principals, of the teachers, and everybody, even the parents who are on board. We saw some platforms where the parents were on board, and that is also very good. So we are also going to explore this issue of parental guidance. How can we make sure that parents are part of this so that they may continue to support, so that all the time it is not a teacher initiative, it's not a school initiative, it's not a principal initiative, it's not a project Jeremiah initiative, but even the parents can own this initiative so that they can have the responsibility of providing their student, their children with data bundles without complaining, also with gadgets without complaining. So we need also to bring the parents on board. We are not even forgetting to infuse mentorship in this, because we know, especially during this time, the students need us. They are at home, and we have seen the skyrocketing numbers of students, our girls, teenage pregnancies, and all that. You have been following the news. You have been seeing all this that is happening. So we also need to allow mentorship to happen in these platforms so that the students can be supported, their social emotional well-being can be supported, and so that everything can, we can have a wholesome implementation. So also, we need to continue monitoring this activity, not as part of GEDMISHE, but as teachers. How do we monitor these activities? How have we owned this activity such that we are able to monitor the progress in terms of how many students are we reaching? How many subgroups of students are we reaching? Are we able to identify the students in terms of subgroups? Like, for example, students with learning disabilities. How do we support these learners? Students with emotional disabilities, like, for example, the young mothers. How do we support this one? So we also need to find out how we can support all these students, and also to capture students' experiences. Like, for example, in your reports, do you capture the experiences of the students? What do they go through? What can we support as teachers, as caregivers, and even as a project? So we need to have all this information so that we are able to implement this activity in a wholesome way. What I need to do is just welcome you to this activity, and we need your participation. Ensure that you follow. If you have a question, you are free to raise your hand. I think Hebron has taken you through all this so that you're able to when we put a session on questions, you can be able to put your hand up and ask your question. And I want now to welcome you in this meeting, and I know you are expecting a lot and you get a lot. And I really appreciate the effort of the teacher coaches, for this initiative is not a GEDMISHE initiative, but a coaches initiative. Actually, we are taking the backbench as they take full control of everything. As you can see, through the program, you see that this is not a GEDMISHE thing, but a coaches thing, and also a teacher's thing. So thank you very much, Hebron. Back to you, so that you can continue in the moderation. Thank you all, and welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mary. If we have Chilande there, kindly lead us in a prayer, and then we can move on from there. Chilande, are you there?
Yes, Chilande is here.
Emily?
Good morning. I have been given the meeting.
Okay, I think she has a problem maybe with the mic. Can we have somebody else, a volunteer, please, to pray for us?
Oh. Can you hear me? Good morning. Are you able to hear
Madam
me?
Beatrice Angira
Yes.
from Changamwe, kindly pray for us.
Let us pray. Can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you,
Okay,
madam.
let us pray. Lord, we come before you this morning. We want to thank you for this day that you've given us. Thank you for everything, for life, for our families, Lord, for this program that we are about to begin, Lord. I pray that you be with us throughout the day, throughout the hours that you're going to meet. Guide us and help us to understand and even implement what we discuss. I pray for everyone in this forum and even the presenters. I pray and believe in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. We can now give Francisca. Before we go to Francisca, maybe we can put on our videos for a second so that we can know who is in. Introductions. Okay, so tuweke video kidogo tu for some few seconds and then we know who is in. Maybe we can begin with principals, if we have any principal. Any principal in? Madam Firdaus? Madam Firdaus. Okay. Yes, Madam Cecilia.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is Principal Sharif Nasir Girls.
You're welcome, madam.
Thank you very much.
Can I have Sister Grace?
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning to
Morning.
Sister Grace, principals and dressers, girls. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Is Madam Firdaus there?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My dear Firdaus of Hassan Yoga.
Thank you, madam. Any other principal on board? Okay. We'll also be expecting the county director at any time. So once he joins, we'll also give him a chance to introduce himself. So in the time being, I don't think there is any other principal in. Okay, so we can move to the teachers very fast. I can see you have already written your names and of course the school. So now that we have your name and school and the subject, maybe what you can do is just give your name and the subject very fast and then we move on. Beginning with schools from Kisauni. Asanjo, any teacher from Asanjo? Asanjo, are you there? Okay. You can move to Mpopanga.
together. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Okay. Any other teacher from Topanga? Hey, Bamburi community. Okay. We can move to Mwakirunge. Mwakirunge.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Aondo, Mwakirunge.
Okay. Subject?
Maths business.
Okay, thank you. Mwakirunge hawajaisha.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I'm Mr. Buddha from Wakirunge, Maths Physics.
Thank you. He's also a coach. Okay, let's move on to Maweni.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Baxton Mbuchi from Maweni.
Okay.
Baxton Mbuchi.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Francisca, I see your hand is up. Francisca.
Yes, Emron, continue. I think it was by mistake.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm Sabina Kelo, Math Physics Maweni.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, we can hear you.
Morning.
Okay, we can move.
Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Yes, this is Mrs. Machio, Maweni Secondary, English Lit.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. So we move to Binuru. Oh, there is one teacher from Maweni.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
I'm Javiero, Maweni Secondary, English Literature. Thank you.
Okay. There's also a teacher coach. Don't know why they are not they're leaving that. Okay. We move on to Binuru. Any teacher from Binuru? Okay. None. So we now go to Jomvu, Kajembe.
Good morning.
Morning, madam.
This is Chilande from Kajembe, a teacher of English and literature, also a teacher coach.
Thank you. Kajembe girls? Sorry, I mean Kajembe. Any other teacher?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Okema Josephat, Math Chemistry, Kajembe School.
Okay, thank you. Any other teacher from Kajembe?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Josephat Omare, Kajembe High School, English Literature.
Thank you. For the rest of the teachers, kindly mute your microphones. Okay, we are done with Kajembe. We can go to Miritini Secondary.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Name is Wycliffe Mtobo from Miritini Secondary.
Thank you. Subject?
Mathematics and physics.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mwalimu ongea kwanza.
Okay. Morning, everyone. This is Betty from Miritini Secondary, subject Swahili History.
Okay.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
Morning.
Bushamini Emmanuel, Miritini Secondary.
Morning.
Teacher for mathematics and biology, and also teacher coach. Thank you.
Okay, you are breaking, but tutakusikia tu baadaye. Wishaming Emmanuel from Miritini Secondary. Okay, are we done? Miritini, is there any other teacher? Morning.
Madam Mwema, Miritini Secondary, Home Science.
Thank you. Welcome, madam. Aha, so we cross to Changamwe Secondary.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, teachers.
Good morning,
This
madam.
is Angira Bia.
Okay. She's English, therefore she's actually cautioning all of us to actually pronounce her name the way it's supposed to be. Beatrice, not Beatrice. Thank you, madam. Any other teacher from Changamwe Secondary?
Colleagues. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, colleagues.
Yeah, good morning.
Mathematics and chemistry.
Okay, you're breaking. We'll hear you later. From Changamwe. Any other teacher from Changamwe? Please, let's be quick. Lois, are you from Changamwe?
Hello, I'm Lois Nduki from Maweni.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we move to ABC. Any teacher from ABC?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm Madam Dorothy, English Literature, ABC Secondary.
Okay, thank you. Any other teacher from ABC? For those who are not
Good
talking,
morning.
kindly mute your microphones. Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Erastus Okello, ABC Mathematics Physics.
Okay, thank you. Any other teacher from ABC? None. So we go to St. Charles Luanga.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Mr. Ongera, English Literature, Charles Luang.
Thank you. Charles Luanga, any other teacher?
Yes,
Hello.
good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is Mohamed Nanasa, Swahili IRA.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Elizabeth Kavata from St. Charles Luanga, Maths Bio.
Maths Bio, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Madam Mwema, Biology
Yes,
Maths.
Biology Maths. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
I'm Madam Joy Mumba,
St. Charles Luanga, English Literature.
Okay, welcome. Any other teacher from St. Charles Luanga? Okay, we move to St. Teresa's girls.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Frederick Otieno.
Yes.
From St. Charles Luanga.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir.
Mathematics, physics.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
St. Teresa's. Let's be quick.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, sir.
Abel Kiberenge, Maths Physics.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, this is Okuba Vincent, English Literature, St. Teresa's Girls.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you are a coach, by the way.
Yes, teacher coach.
Okay. You are scaring us with the pile of books behind you, sir. Okay. Any other teacher from St. Teresa? Okay. We can move on now to Vita. Makani.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Evelyn Moroli, English Literature, Makande Girls.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mwaka Fondo, English Literature from Makande.
Okay, thank you. Any other teacher?
Good morning.
Makande? Yes, good morning.
I'm Mr. Noah Langat, Maths Physics Makande.
Thank you. Any other? I think I saw Mr. Mohammed here. Mr. Mohammed, are you there?
Yes.
Mr.
Good morning.
Mohammed Musa Makande Girls Mathematics Swahili. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. We move on to Alfasi girls. Alfasi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
I'm Phyllis Wanjala from Alfasi Maths Chemistry.
Welcome, madam.
Thank you.
Any other teacher from Alfasi? Alfasi girls, Lois Njuki and Siombua, kindly mute your mics. Okay, we move on to Sacred Heart.
Good morning, teachers.
Good morning.
I'm Mr. Karanja from Sacred Heart High School. I teach geography and business studies.
Okay. You're also a coach, right?
Yeah, I'm a teacher coach.
Okay. Thank you. Sacred Heart.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I am Anna Musioki, Sacred Heart. I teach math and chemistry.
Okay, thank you. Madam Matuku, I think I saw Madam Matuku in here. Is she still there? Madam Matuku, are you there? Okay, she's not there. Okay, you can go to Star of the Sea. Star? Star of the Sea? Okay. Mbaraki girls. Mbaraki girls, are you there? Any teacher from Mbaraki? Coast girl?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Mbaraki? I can't hear you, sir. Okay, I think his network has a problem. Okay, Vincent Mats Mbaraki girls, if I got it right. Okay, Coast girls? Coast girls? Okay, Sharif Nasir?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Amanda Okwia from Sharif Nasir Girls, teacher of English literature.
Okay. Thank you. Any other teacher from Sharif Nasir?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Josephine Kusa, Sharif Nasir, Maths Physics.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. You are muted, madam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Makisha Magdalene, Maths Physics from Sharif Nasir.
You're welcome, madam. Okay. Any other school I've left out? I think there is none. So I now give it back to Francisca to continue. Before I give it back to Francisca, we have some staff in here, staff from I Choose Life Africa. So Mary had already begun by introducing herself, unless there are people who did not hear who she is. So I give her also this chance to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so my name is Mary. I work with I Choose Life Africa, implementing the education pillar here under GEDMISHE project, supporting teaching and learning. I'm glad to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. We also have someone from all the way from Meru. Yes, sir, welcome.
Thank you, Ebron. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Colin Sumondi Omundu. I work for the Jelimishi Girls Education Challenge at I Choose Life Africa as the county manager for Meru. Thank you all for the good work you are doing. We've had meetings with the team in Mombasa, the colleagues in Mombasa, and I'm here because of learning, because we are aware that you are using WhatsApp and online engagement to reach out to the children during this particular difficult point in time. Unlike Mombasa, which is a town or a city, for us, we are in a rural area in Meru, so we don't have the luxuries of WhatsApp and other forms of technology. So we are relying on radio, but we'd like to learn from you so that we engage the children and the schools using WhatsApp and any other form of online learning. So I'm just here, I have get crushed for the sake of learning. Thank you for accepting me to be part of this meeting and training for people like us from this file. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Collins. You're really welcome. With technology, everything is possible. A guy from Meru, all the way from Meru, joining us live, of course, from the county of who is the governor? Yeah.
Kiraitu Murungi.
Kiraitu Murungi. Yes, sir. Welcome. Then, my name is Hebron Mwagodi. I'm still Hebron Mwagodi. I work for I Choose Life Africa, implementing the education pillar and supporting education and ICT. I'm not new to many of you. I've been moving around and I know I'll get to know most of you. So you are really welcome to this session. Then I'll give it back to Francisca and then she will take it from there.
Thank you very much, Hebron, for the wonderful introductions. For the sake of those who don't know me, let me put my video on for the purpose of introduction. This is Francisca Mwema. I work for I Choose Life Africa as the county manager, coordinating programs in Mombasa and the Coast region at large. And we welcome all of you for taking the initiative to be part of this great forum. Like my colleagues Mary and Hebron have shared, this is just a journey in our capacity building of teachers to ensure that we are able to support our learners better. And we are expecting teachers from 19 secondary schools. And from the introductions, I can see that a large number of our schools are represented. That is teachers of English and mathematics, as well as teachers of other subjects who would want to gain skills to be able to support the learners in a more proactive way. I also appreciate the principals who have taken time to be with us. Madam Firdaus Asante Sana, that is Hassan Joho Girls, Madam Cecilia Sharif Nasir Girls, Madam Sister Grace St. Teresa's Girls, and any other principal who may have joined us. We really feel honored to have you with us because we know this program cannot succeed without your support. As Hebron has mentioned, we also have the colleague from Meru, Collins Asante Sana. I don't know whether someone from Laikipia has joined. As you all know, we have this project in 3 counties, that is Meru, Mombasa, and Laikipia. So once someone from Laikipia joins, we'll also give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. We are also expecting our incoming TSC County Director, that is Dr. Marigat. I'm informed he was also in another meeting. So once he joins us, we will be able to give him an opportunity to introduce himself and talk about a few remarks. As the program shares, I will not say that this is a training like Mary said. We are refreshing ourselves because we know that you teachers are the people on the ground. You have a more innovative ways of engaging the learners. So coming together here is just to put our heads together, look at what has worked, what is not working as far as online engagement is concerned. And as Jelimisha, we are very proud because this is an initiative of the teacher coaches. They came together as their role of supporting teachers. They felt that the teachers need to be at par as far as online engagement and even retaining learners online is concerned. And for the sake of teachers who are joining us for the first time, when learning was suspended as a project, we had to quickly adapt. We changed the shift of our activities and came up with activities we are calling COVID-19 adaptations, on top of the list being the home learning solutions. Under the home learning solutions, the focus was to tap into what each and every school was doing, because we know schools adopted differently. There are those schools that immediately went online using the existing parent WhatsApp groups. There are those schools that opted to print materials and have learners pick them at the school designated points. We also had cases where some schools adopted the Google Classroom. So each one of them, according to their contextual capabilities, were able to do some form of teaching to ensure that we retain learners. At that point in April, it was not clear whether we were going to school either in a month's time, 2 months' time, or 3 months' time. So that was a short-term mechanism. And it became very clear that learners were not going back in June and even September. So as a project, as we were working with the teachers, the focus was to ensure learning takes place, partly to complete the syllabus, and also to ensure that we engage our learners, because you know when they are idle at home, their lives are at stake because of the communities we live in. Under the home learning solutions, again, apart from learning, we have also been focusing on child safeguarding. We know that our learners are exposed in the communities they live in, issues of sexual abuse, neglect. We know the economy has really affected the community, and some of the caregivers have really taken their pressure on their learners. So this has affected some of our learners. So as we walk along this journey, we have been working with our community stakeholders to ensure that even as the learners stay at home, they don't experience cases of abuse. And where they do, we work with our networks through the area advisory councils in the 5 sub-counties we work in to ensure that our learners are supported. And in the process, because we know teachers are also part of the team engaging learners online and engaging with learners on a day-to-day basis, we've also been doing capacity building in the different forums we've had to ensure that no learner stays with a case without it being handled. Still under home learning solutions, we've also been looking at remote monitoring, where we are collecting the information as far as key learnings are concerned. Like when the old town was under lockdown, we knew that some of our girls were locked up there. So as a team, we work with the teachers that are in that area to be able to safeguard our learners. And this has not stopped. We encourage you to keep on reporting any emerging risks that we may not be aware of. It could be a case of a learner. During the lockdown, we had cases of learners whose caregivers were locked outside the county, and we had to come in and be able to support them. Not forgetting COVID-19 messaging. We understand the MOH guidelines to ensure that we stay safe during this period. So we have also been sensitizing through the community to ensure that the learners understand the guidelines and we have everyone safe when learning will be reopened. And this initiative, through the support of first the principals, the TSC County Director, the County Director of Education, the teachers of English and Mathematics, together with the teacher coaches and my team in the office, that is Hebron, Magodi, and Mary, who are in charge of the education pillar, we've been able to achieve a lot. In quarter 13, that is the period April to June, we were able to reach 3,280 learners. Out of those, 2,700 were girls, while 579 were boys. And the reaching came from the data that you provided. Those that engage the learners online through WhatsApp, I know Mary has been liaising with you to share the list of the learners that you've been able to support. We had cases where learners received materials, hard copies. That data was also factored in. And we can say that this was successful, although our target population of girls is around 4,200, so we are not yet there. And the largest school population is around 9,000. So we are still putting our efforts together to ensure that no learner is left behind. And for this period, July to September, where we are using the learnings of quarter 13, that is April to June, to ensure that we improve, we have managed to engage through you 2,750 students. And you realize that there has been a drop in the numbers, partly because when the announcement was made that learners will not go back to school in September, some dropped off from the online platforms. But as Mary shared, we are working together with your support to ensure that we are able to reach the learners, because some of the reasons cited were that some parents could not sustain the learners online, others became demotivated, but we all know that learning cannot wait. Education cannot wait. If we just say that we wait for them to be motivated to come back, we may lose a large number of our students. A study shows that during this pandemic, we already had students who are badly affected because of the context in which they live in. And if something is not done, around 30 million students globally may not go back to school when reopening is finally announced. So this forum is part of that initiative to get to hear from, even as the teachers get capacity build on online engagement, how can we ensure that we track every learner, either through online platforms or even through the individual engagements. We have a toll-free line which will be shared. Just ensure that a learner who needs any form of support, we have a community mechanism where we can be able to reach them in the communities where they live in. So as a project, we are really happy for this program, and we believe that all our learners will be supported in whichever way we can. Again, still as part of capacity building and ensuring sustainability, I know the TSC director, once he joins us, he'll be able to talk about the government launched community-based learning, which for us we feel is a plus, because for the learners who are not able to engage online, we can work as a team to reach them through the community to ensure that they are retained and they are back with us when learning occurs. So this is an initiative that as Jelimishe we are keen to ensure that we support in all the 19 secondary schools that we are working in. And before I finish, apart from Jelimishe, as an organization, we also recognize, remember we are a youth-focused organization. I Choose Life Africa is a youth-focused organization where we seek to improve the life opportunities of youth aged 10 to 24 years through strategic development. And one of the areas we are keenly focusing on is preparing young people who are ready to support the economy. So due to that, we have also launched another program in several counties, Mombasa being in the pipeline. We are calling it the STEM online learning. I'm sure some of you experienced the STEM online learning, which you are supporting Dr. Mboya to be able to support our learners to continue learning for the STEM subjects. So we have launched that initiative. It has already been launched in Machakos County, that is Kangudo sub-county. This week, we are launching it in Makueni and Kitui for all the STEM teachers. So for Mombasa, we have plans, and under the support of the TSC County Director and the principals, we will be able to inform you which school we'll be working with specifically for the same subjects so that our learners are not left behind. So when the time comes, we will be able to bring you on board. So thank you very much. And as I take the program back to Hebron, our teacher coaches, we are so proud of you because this is sustainability. One of our mandate as Jelimishe, the program is coming to an end in March 2022, is to ensure that every one of us is able to carry out these activities which Jelimishe supports in schools without any support. So we urge all teachers and even the principals present to tap into what Jelimishe is doing in this current period so that even as we phase out, learning will not be interrupted. The support you've been given will continue. So thank you very much. Let's prepare our learners for the future. I know learning will never be the same again. This pandemic has shaped our learning, and you might be surprised when we go back, you find that 50% of learning is happening online. We all know education cannot wait, so let us play our part. Thank you. Back to you, Hebron.
Okay, thank you, Francisca. Thank you, Francisca, for those wonderful words. So I believe there are teachers who have joined and they did not actually introduce themselves. So we will give you a chance to do that in the chat box. Kindly just go into the chat box and write your name with your details. Also not forgetting that you also need to, as you write your names and your school, also don't forget to input your Safaricom line. I mean, don't write your Safaricom number because we will be reimbursing your bundles. So before you leave the meeting, kindly make sure you write your official name, the subject, the school, and your registered M-Pesa number. Okay, so let me take you through the project of the day. So we will have, as Francisca said, we'll be having Dr. Samuel Marigat, who is the TSC County Director. He will be joining us. He's in another meeting, so once he joins, he will actually be slotted in. Then we'll have Mr. Omondi, the principal Miritini Secondary School, taking us through mobilization and sensitization of parents for home learning. As Francisca has explained, yes, much as how we'll be really focusing on the online teaching, also we need not to forget those who cannot access online platforms to learn. So how do we mobilize parents and support this home learning so that all learners are included in the learning? Then we'll have Vincent Okuba, a teacher coach, a teacher of English at St. Teresa Girls, taking the mantle actually to lead us in introduction to Google Classroom, assessment, and online assessment, using Google Classroom and Google Forms. I've written there option 1, and also we have option 2 of classroom assessment by using a software called exam.net, which will be led by Emmanuel Wishaminya, a teacher coach, and maths, biology at St. Teresa's Girls. At Miritini Secondary. Then we'll end day 1, and then tomorrow we also come in, have an opening prayer, then recap of previous work, and then we'll be taken through Zoom by John Guda, teacher coach and teacher of maths at Mwakirunge Secondary. Then we'll be led by Dixon Karanja, a teacher coach and a Microsoft innovative expert, and a teacher of business studies and geography from Sacred Heart will lead us in best online practices, where we shall learn about the netiquette. Then we'll have a session where we'll give a chance to the teachers actually to give feedback and roll out the action plan for us as we move forward. Remember, as we are doing this, we must have goals and action plans. Actually, what will we do as we move forward? Then from there, we shall have remarks from Madam Abeid Munira, the principal Makande Girls, and then remarks from Jelimishe, representative Mary Wambugu, and then remarks from the county manager, Francisca Mwema, and then lastly, we'll have closing remarks from Dr. Samuel Marigat, our TSC county director. So that is actually how the day will look like. So for now, I will give the mantle to Mr. Omondi, if he's there. Mr. Omondi.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share, because I don't think I want to present. Like you have all been told, I'm Mr. Omondi, Principal Miritini Secondary School. And I think Jelimishe just gave me this small presentation because of some small online work that we are doing with our Form 4 students. So maybe that's what I'll need to briefly describe, how we managed and to what extent it succeeded, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Hebron. Hebron? Hello?
We can hear you.
That is okay,
Yes.
Mr. Omondi.
Oh, so, I'm also in a place where I'm worried about the network. That's why. Now, for us, when we closed school, we were worried about the opening dates. Like Francisca rightly put it, it was an uncertain situation. So we thought that instead of letting the students go out and waste themselves, then come back to sit for exams, we would find something appropriate for them. And I'm grateful and thankful to some of your teacher coaches, because they happen to be my teachers who are very good at IT. We started off with a WhatsApp group for the Form 4 students. You have to agree with me that you cannot do that for a whole school. That will be too much. So we wanted to experiment with the Form 4, and then we see how it works. Then maybe we can cascade it downwards to Form 3, 2, and 1. For the Form 4 students, we attained an enrollment of around 60 to 70%. Out of 106 students, at some point we had 70 students. The remaining 30, when we tried to dig into them, because we also used our class teachers to try and track down the students. And it was a situation that you had to understand. Some of our students are now the breadwinners, so getting them to sit down into class with the pandemic is actually a challenge. So when you are talking about inclusivity, we must also know that there's a group of students who are not able, not by choice, but they're just not able. But there's also the fraction who are just not interested. The troublesome ones in school will still not be in class, even when it is online. In fact, for online case, it's even better because there's no close monitoring. But once we settled down on the online program, we had a timetable spanning throughout the week. The whole idea was to have students access the net at whatever time and they'll be able to see what the rest were doing. By that time, we had not embraced this Google Classroom thing. So we are just going online, but we had a timetable where half a day is done by, one subject takes half a day and the other subject, the other half a day. So in a day, you have 2 subjects, Monday to Saturday. Then the teachers in that particular department program themselves so that in a given day, one teacher is the one who is handling the students. And they have interaction where the teacher responds continuously to the students who are present. Of course, you will see some of them coming in and others leaving, but the important thing is the one who is left, not the one who is still in the group, not the one who has left. So basically, that's what they did throughout. Some of the main challenges that we came across was access, because for WhatsApp, you must have a smartphone. The students don't have that. Not all of them had. But we tried to alleviate that by giving them teacher parents so that those who could not be supported from home were supported from school. The teachers actually went ahead and bought phones for some of those students. So you can imagine the challenge that is there. But it kept them going for all the period until the day when Magoa said, our CS decided that it was not tenable to open schools. Then again, the enrollment dipped. From the almost 60 students, we only have around 30 active ones now. And that's mainly because some of them were actually using their parents' phones. Now, to ensure that the parents understood what was happening, we would give periodical exams. There was almost like a midterm examination that was to be done and feedback given back to the parents. At least that one would motivate the parents so that they continue supporting the ones who are the group. You have some parents who would literally surrender their phones to the students and go to work without phones. But it's a challenge, a real challenge. So I don't know. At that point, with the challenges we experienced, we realized that we cannot cascade it downwards to the Form 3s, 2s, and 1s. And especially after being told that they're going to repeat. Now, they would rather wait for that year because it's costly. Otherwise, for the offline, we didn't really do much because for our school, it's open and there's always somebody there to assist the students when they come, and the students know that. So they can always access the school to get material for practice. I think that is enough. One of your teacher coaches, Mr. Ishaminya, was actually the one coordinating the activity. So unless he has something to add onto it, Mr. Ebron, that's all I can share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Omondi. We'll appreciate you using the reactions at the bottom there. Tapigia makofi. Asante sana mwalimu. Yeah, Mr. Isham, anything to add?
Yeah, thank you very much. Allow me to add something. Actually, what has been shared by our dear principal is the facts which are on the ground. And to add a little bit on the aspects of inclusivity, maybe if we can define inclusivity first, so that teachers who are in this platform can be able to know what it means. So this is a type of pedagogy which recognizes all students' entitlement to a learning experience, and it respects diversity. So it enables participation and removes barriers, so that at least all learning needs and preferences are considered. And it serves all learners' needs regardless of background or even identity. And it supports engagement with whichever content that you share with learners. So this is how we have been doing it as far as Meritin is concerned, as shared by the principal. We know we have different issues with our learners. Some of them we cannot be able to determine. We actually have learners who have challenges in visibility and also in hearing, sorry. And you can't tell as a teacher. And when now they are put on the same platform, they end up losing following learning. So for learners who are normally with poor visibility, whom we actually can't determine, but we try to make sure that our learning content, as we type in the WhatsApp, because we use our WhatsApp since it is able to reach as many students as possible as far as our background is concerned. So we type in bold. Most of our content, we type it in bold, and at least that one brings clarity. Then our PowerPoint slides, we need to make sure that they are large and visible enough. And if possible, you can make some of the fonts to be colored. At least that one makes contrast. It improves contrast, and also it improves the visual acuity. So learners are able to follow up sessions at least. And you see, when learners with challenges with the audio, with the visual, they easily get discouraged if their needs are not considered. Then we try to foster psychological safety. It is good for you to ask learners, greet them, tell them how their night was. At least you be with them at the same level so that they can easily open up. So that's what we call psychological safety. And in these platforms, either Google Classroom, either WhatsApp, it is normally better to try and recognize these learners. Mention their names, congratulate them. And this one makes them to be able to participate in these online lessons. And that one encourage what you call inclusivity. Then also for you to be able to underscore inclusivity, you need to establish ground rules. Ground rules, which in fact all of them should be able to come up with rules so that you can move together as per. Hata mmoja akikosea anaweza jua chenye amekosea na naomba msamaha na you move with them as a team. So the other way in which we have done it is we do include a variety of people in our pedagogy. And more so for the slides which we share slides at least which they can be able to confirm our cultures. Yani, we avoid using slides ambazo za wazungu sana to some of the lessons which we normally display. So at least they can associate them. So unajua sisi wa Afrika. And then we also share audio-visual content to learners. At least, labda kama yule mwenye ana shida ya masikio anaweza sikia. And many more. So I think these aspects of inclusivity is just concerned about having everybody included so that mmoja give up na achane na learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wishaminya, for adding to what your principal has actually said. Indeed, the bottom line is actually inclusivity, have all learners on board, those who can access online material and those who cannot. So as I also give back to our facilitator number one, I also want to acknowledge the presence of our global teacher, 50 global teacher nominee. That is our former coach, that is Madam Lina Anyango. She's here. I will give you a chance before we actually wrap up this so that you can give us full words and elevate us to that level of being global teacher nominee. We know you will win this. Yeah? So I give it back to our first facilitator. That is Vincent. Vincent, welcome.
Thank you so much, Hebron. And to confirm that you can all get me loud and clear.
Yes, sir, we can get you.
Okay. So thank you once again, Hebron, for this opportunity and all the teachers present in this forum. I am going to do a presentation on the basics of Google Classroom as an online tool used for learning. So I will do a simple, rather a basic step-by-step. And in case you feel that you need to ask a question in between the presentation, kindly use the chat side. I will be able to respond to questions after the first phase of my presentation. So to increase my bandwidth, I'll just disable my video. Then I will go on and share my screen. So our today's lesson, participants, welcome to our today's lesson on Google Classroom. So I am Kuba Vincent, a teacher of English and Literature at St. Teresa's Girls, and also a teacher coach Mombasa County. Now, as we delve into Google Classroom, this is one of the tools in our refresher course. This is day 1 and day 2. You'll also get to learn more about other online tools that you can use as a teacher in your school setting. So at the end of the presentation, you realize that you as a teacher, please use what will work for you. If you're currently using WhatsApp and it is working well for you, please go on and use WhatsApp. For those who can incorporate WhatsApp and Google Classroom, the same, continue using it. In some scenarios or other situations, you can find that Google Classroom will not work to for some teachers in some school settings. So straight to our lesson of today, welcome all to the classroom. Our objectives of today's session is participants will be able to create classes in Classroom. I'm going to show you how to do that. I will also want you, by the end of this session, to be able to add teachers and students to classes. Also, to post assignments and announcements, very important, especially when you are planning to assess your learners on whatever you have taught them. Grade assignments, feedback is very important when it comes to work issued to learners. Then explore the student and teacher classroom feature. We are going to start with the teacher perspective. You as a teacher, what are you able to control? What are you able to see? Then after that, we are going to look at the student perspective. Mwanafunzi kule on the other end, what are they able to see and how are they able to maneuver in the Google Classroom application? Some will ask, why Google Classroom? Why not WhatsApp only? Why not Zoom only? These are some of the reasons. Classroom is a way to get all of your students in one place and allows you to easily assign work and for students to turn it in. The good thing with this is that if a learner does not attempt an assignment, you are able to see, and you can even take a step to email them why they have not attempted and turned in their work. It also helps teachers create and collect assignments paperlessly. No papers involved. From the issuing of an from the issuing of the assignments to the grading of the assignments. There is some noise interference, Hebron. Maybe the participants can mute. So as I was saying, the collection and the creation of assignments will be paperless, which is very, very convenient. It also includes time-saving features. You can make a copy for a Google document for each student, or you can let learners collaborate on one document. Let them put their heads together and come up with one document, which will also be employing what you call collaboration. It creates drive folders for each assignment and student. You don't have to worry about the management of your folders. Google Classroom will do that for you. You'll be able to know what to get in which folder. Then students can keep track of what's due on the assignments page and begin working with just a click. There'll be no such scenarios whereby the learners are saying that, teacher, we did not see the assignment. No, it will be there right on the screen. We are going to see how we can achieve that. Then teachers can quickly see who has or hasn't completed the work and provide direct real-time feedback. This is very interesting, real-time feedback and marks from within the classroom. So if a learner has not attempted and you're seeing probably the deadline is tomorrow, na leo bado hajafanya, you can email that learner, ask them, why have you not attempted? What is the problem? Then you can as well give real-time feedback whereby the learner on the other side can get what you call notifications. So they won't have any reason as to why they don't attempt your assignment. So those were some of the reasons why we really need to incorporate Google Classroom in our classes. What are the benefits? What will you gain here? Look at that. Simplicity. Easy to set up and use. We are going to see that in a moment. Efficiency. It is very, very efficient since it is simple, paperless in terms of assignment work issued to the learners. Just imagine giving out assignments, giving feedback to the learners without even touching a red pen. Paperless, and it's very quick. Visual appeal, it is very intuitive. It is easy to navigate between menus, tabs, and stuff like that. It has a clean design. You don't have material pondered at you on the screen at a go. And the same applies to the learner's version. You know, very clean design. You are able to see very crucial features of the Google Classroom in a bit. Then organization organizes work for students and teachers. You don't have the hassle of finding what assignment you sent on a particular day, searching for it. No, it will be there in a certain folder, and we are going to see how we can achieve that. Then integration, it has what we call the full integration with Google Drive, since it will give you some space in your Google account to store some of these assignments. If you upload videos, you upload docs, you upload sheets, you can all get them in the Google Drive. So you don't have to worry about a loss of information or data. Then lastly, communication. It enhances communication with students. You can communicate with the students on Google Classroom via announcements, via email, via private comments, and there is that rapport created between the teacher and the learner when it comes to working with Google Classroom. Now, let us delve into the big fish now. We are going to start with the teacher perspective. You as a teacher, what are you able to do? We are going to look at how you can create and customize a new class. You can add students, digital workflow, how you can assign assignments to learners, digital communication in terms of announcements and email, integration with Google Drive, what to find, where to find it. You can also do that. That is some of the things you are going to handle under teacher perspective. Higher. Step A, create classes. The first thing before you are able to interact with Google Classroom, one, you're supposed to have what you call a Google account. A Google account is very, very important for you to achieve the use of what you call Google Classroom. Now, from my screen here, this is a sample of an email address, a Google account opened up by a teacher. Now, in your Google account, for most of you, after opening your email, you will see the inbox, the start, and stuff like that. But on the right side, there is always the dotted part, this one here. This part is always very important. When you click on it, it will reveal these Google apps you're seeing here, the account, the classroom, the G search, play. There are so many applications that you can see from here. And sometimes when it is your first time in setting up the Google Classroom, this classroom that you are seeing here, you will not see it immediately at the top. Huwa itakuwa imesukumwa chini, and from the presentation you can see that there is something like a panel whereby you can scroll down. If you don't see Classroom immediately when you click this, please scroll down. And the good thing is you can click, hold, and drag to the topmost position like the way I did here, so that you can be able to find it with ease. So the moment you click on these dotted lines here, click on Classroom. So the moment you click on Classroom, this is what will appear. A totally blank screen like that. Pay special attention to that plus sign right there. This one will enable you create or join a class. Remember, we are dealing with the teacher perspective. So we will go to creating a class. For the learner perspective, they will go to join a class. So click on join or create class option will appear. So for us as teachers, we will click on create class. What happens when you click on create class? There are some instructions for confirmation that will come or rather pop up. It will require you to confirm. For this lesson, I just assume that this is not a class but just a presentation, but I'll encourage you to use what you call the G Suite for education. If I can just annotate that for you here, it's here in the instructions, G Suite for education. The benefits of using a G Suite for education is you can control the applications that the learners can use or see. If you don't want them to interact so much with YouTube, probably they'll veer off and watch other videos. You can restrict that. So please, I encourage you when you're opening up, please use the G Suite for education. It's always very, very interactive. You can monitor what the learners are doing, what the learners are posting. It's a very important kind of feature. So after you have confirmed by ticking here, I've read and understood the above notice, you click on continue. Remember, we are creating a class. So after you have clicked on continue, this is what will appear here. The system will require you to key in the class name, which is very, very much required, the section, the subject, and the room. So for this lesson, I used Litnam 001, Literacy and Numeracy, Mombasa County 001. The section can be your topic, then the subject, something like understanding Google Classroom. You'll figure out depending on the class you are creating. Then the room, I said room A. So after you have filled these details here, the moment you start filling the class, the wording create as shown in the screen will be active. But in case you have not filled anything, create won't be active. So you have at least to fill something. And you can only fill Litnam 001 and go ahead. But it is also, it's very important for the learners to know which class are they joining and specifically which course or which unit are they going to handle in that particular class. So the moment you click on create, this is what you're going to see next. Look at that. This is what you're going to see next. And at this point, your class will be ready. Look at that. Litnam 001, the name of the class. Basically, the unit is remote learning. In a nutshell, you can also be able, if you can just maneuver around, you'll be able to see the stream at the top. This is where you create and schedule announcements. You can also respond to students' posts. Basically, what you're seeing here on the screen here, this is what we refer to as the stream. Anything that comes here is referred to as the stream information. Classwork. This is where you create assignments and questions. Use topics to organize classwork into modules or units and order work the way you want students to see it. You're going to see all that. People. This is where you see the teachers assigned to the class and learners. One feature I really love about Google Classroom, you are able to co-teach with other teachers. So for example, Maweni Secondary School, you can open just one Google Classroom, then add all the other subject teachers so that you can operate in the same classroom rather than having different classes from belonging to one school. Collaboration is key here. Maweni Secondary School, then all the teachers, maths, chemistry, English, biology, you can add them as co-teachers in that Google Classroom. Lastly, grades. All assignments done by each student and graded will be found here. You know how the students perform. Just take this as a grade book, a teacher's grade book. Whatever you assigned, the date you assigned it, the learners who attempted, the marks scored, the comments, all that will be found under grades. Then something also to give you a feeling of ownership with your class is that you can change the theme of your class by clicking on select theme, or you can choose to upload a photo. Probably you can upload a group photo of the class, for example, from 4 North, or you can basically select a theme. A learner will challenge you and ask you, sir, what is a theme? Right there. It is a customized GUI, graphical user interface, that replaces a computer's ordinary sound, icon, pointer, wallpaper, or screensaver that at least reflects the interest of the user. Most of us have laptops, most of us have desktops. There are those who like to have wildlife wallpapers in their desktops. There are those who like to have something like something educational. You can change that, something that at least reflects your interest. So up to that point, I don't know if we have any questions on creating a class before we move on to adding students.
A question, please.
Yes, please. Question?
Can you expound more on G Suite for education?
On?
G Suite for education, please. Expound more on that.
Okay, thank you so much, Sabina. Basically, G Suite for education provides control to the teachers to monitor what the learners are able to do within the confines of a Google Classroom. Take it as parental control. You can set your TV to shut down at probably 9 p.m. so that your kids can go to sleep. That simple definition works also with G Suite for education. You can restrict to which applications the learners can access in Google Classroom. You can also control what learners post in Google Classroom. So it's basically giving you more control to whatever learners and teachers do in the Google Classroom. You will realize that if you don't use the G Suite education application, ukitumia tu ya kawaida, you realize that kule kwa applications, if I can just go back quickly. Yes, right here. You see all these applications will be available to the learners. The maps, the Google Play Store, Google Meet, calendar, all these, they'll be available. Even photos will be available for learners. And sometimes learners can veer off from the objective of the class. So if you restrict probably using G Suite, you can say learners can only be able to access Classroom, of course, YouTube to access educational videos, their Gmail accounts, let's say the Google Drive and the calendar only. You know, you can even go ahead and give them the access to Google Slides and the docs and stuff like that. And then the rest, you can restrict, like the news, what they need the news for in the Google Classroom, you see? So you can restrict some applications using the G Suite account. So basically G Suite, Madam Sabina, is basically for you to control what the learners are able to do within your classroom. I hope I've responded to your question, Sabina.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mwalimu.
Okay, thank you. Any other question before we resume to adding our students? Okay, now we have already created our class. Our class is ready, but a class is not a class without students. So we move on and let's see how you can add students in our class. Now, we have 3 ways in which you can add students. One, you can share the class code. And the class code comprises of, it can be entirely numerical, it can be a combination of alphanumeric, or it can just be letters. So you can share the class code. We're going to see how you can do that. You can also share the invite link, just like in WhatsApp groups. You can send an invite link to a person that you trust, then they can basically, by clicking the link, they join the class. And lastly, you can invite via email. So those three are very key. Look at that. Sharing the class code, sharing the invite link, and you can invite them via email. Whichever method you use, or whichever way you use, the learner will still be able to join. But when you're using any of these three methods, please be considerate of how often the learners, for example, if you choose to invite them via email, do they oftenly check their email? If not, they'll not be able to respond to the invite. You can share the class code. You can even type the class code and share to the learners via WhatsApp. Many students are in WhatsApp. They will get to see the class code. So please go for the method that you feel you can reach maximally to the learners that you want them to join the Google Classroom. Hi, sharing the class code. Look at that. This is a typical screen of a classroom that I've just created, NITNAM 001. Now, from this section, although it is on the background, there is something like a bounding box here. There is something like a bounding box here. When you click on that, it will maximize, or rather it will enlarge to what you're seeing on the screen there. This one is very critical when you're trying to project this class code to learners probably in a class. It enlarges and all learners are able to see. So this one is a Google Classroom code to join LitNam 001. One thing you're supposed to note is that if you have more than one class, all those classes will have their respective class codes. There'll be no point at which a class code will be shared amongst 3 or 4 classes. So each class code is unique. Looking at this, you can see that it is a combination of alphanumeric, alpha letters and numbers. So the class code can be shared with the learners. This will enable them to join the class. So you can basically just type this, for example, in messages, T3FSKJD, and send it to the learners, or you can copy and paste it and share it via WhatsApp. So the moment the learners have this, after we look at the student perspective, they will be able to use this code to join the class. Don't make a mistake of omitting, while you're sharing, omitting any of the letters here, because that code will not be able to enable the student to join the class. If you also make a mistake of typing or rather sharing the code in capital letters, it is the same, but I've gone and changed it to capital letters, that code won't be viable. So please, when you're sharing the code, ensure you share exactly the way it is. Now, there is something at the further right. By clicking on the settings icon, you can enable or disable a class code and even reset it to, you can reset it to something that you can easily be able to share with your learners. So you can basically reset it to get a much simpler code. You can disable this class code. If you're sure that you have 40 learners and they have all joined the class, you can disable it to avoid intruders from joining your class. And this will be found in this section. After clicking, remember, after clicking the icon, the settings icon, you will, after clicking the settings icon, this page will come up. And under general, look at that, you can enable, disable a class code and even reset it to one of your choice. Look at that. You can disable it, you can reset it, but for this class, it is currently enabled, meaning even now when you join using that code, you'll be able to join the class LitNam 001, which I'm expecting after this presentation, we will be able to join this class and share more about Google Classroom. The other method is sharing via invite link. Now, where do you get that? Remember, on the topmost tabs, you have stream, classwork, and people. You click on people, then it will bring what you're seeing, a small dialog box, invite students. After that, you click on that icon that looks like a structure of a being plus the plus sign. It will generate a dialog box that you see right there. Then after it has generated that dialog box, there is something here assigned to show you can copy and paste the invite link to your desirable platform, for example, WhatsApp. So by just clicking this part here, if I can just annotate that, by clicking this part here, it will tell you something like the link has been copied to the clipboard. Then you basically go to WhatsApp or any other platform, then share the link with the so the moment learners click that link, they will be able, there is some noise interference. The moment the learners click on the link, they'll be able to be redirected to join the Google Classroom. And the last way in which you can add students is invite via email. When you type their email addresses in the spaces provided there, where it has been written, type a name or email. One critical thing you're supposed to realize when you're trying to invite learners via email is this. When you type a wrong email, it will not give you suggestions because it will be fetching emails from the Google account database. So for example, you're typing an email that is valid, that email will be reciprocated here. That shows that this email is valid and the invite can be sent. But in case that email is not valid, you won't see any reflection here. So whatever you type here will be replicated to this part here. You know that email is valid, then you'll go ahead and invite the learner. But in case you type your email here up to the end, then you don't see anything in this section. Know that that email is not valid. So they have integrated the entire Google email addresses to one, and you'll be able to access them. And there's some noise interference. Please mute your audios. Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, if you type an email and see a replica of it below, the email is valid. But if you type and don't see a replica here, please note that that email is not valid and that invite won't reach the learner. So after you have typed the email there, this part called invite, at this case it's inactive because of not typed anything. But the moment you type an email address there, it will be active. So you can be basically typing, for example, studenta@gmail.com. You can add another email, studentb@gmail. So if you have several email addresses, you don't have to worry. The moment you type, you click enter, it will populate the same and that as you move on, so that you can have as much as 50 email addresses and invite them all at once. You don't have to type an email, then click invite, then come back. No, you can do them all at once. So the same process can be used to add co-teachers in the classroom. You can invite them via email, and the only time that the teachers can appear in the section of teachers is only if they accept the invite. Okay, if they don't accept, the teachers won't be available in the Google Classroom. Now, this is an example of an invite. For example, umetumia mwanafunzi wako an invite via email. This is how that invite will reach to that learner. Look at this. Literacy, numeracy 001. This is the name of the class. Invited to the class list name 001. Remote learning. That is basically the unit that you'll be attending to. So if the learner clicks on join here, then directly they'll join the Google Classroom. So you see, so you invite learners and they again get notifications via the email. So the moment they get this email, when they click on join, they will automatically join the class. So you don't have to worry unless the learner does not check their email addresses. But if they do, they will find this email waiting for them immediately. You click on the invite on the other side. So once learners, teachers have accepted the invites. This is how it will look like, you see. This one is just a sample from our current English learning online classroom. You will be able to see teachers here. So for the teachers, what you can do as the owner of the classroom, all these other teachers are able to do. But one thing they cannot do is to delete the class. The only person who can delete the class is the owner of the classroom. The other teachers can mark, can comment, can do virtually everything that the owner of the class can do. But the only thing they cannot do is to delete that class. Then below, you shall have the students here. And in a nutshell, you can even basically see the number of learners you have in that class. So once the teachers and students have joined the class, this is how you are able to see. So you can maneuver easily and know how many learners have joined, how many have not joined. You need to resend the invites again. This part will be able to let you know. So up to that point, maybe I can receive questions on adding students before we move on to creating announcements and assignments. Questions probably on adding students, maybe we need clarification before we move on to creating announcements. So we have already created our class. Now our learners are in class. Now, how do we give announcements and assignments? Any questions? Okay. So if there are not any questions, we'll move on to creating announcements and assignments. This is now the very critical part. This is the reason as to why the learners are in that classroom. Without announcements and assignments, there's no need for them to be in this particular classroom. So I'll start with creating announcements first, then go on to creating assignments. Now, this is a sample of a class. I could not use the LitNum 001 because currently no learner has joined, and there is no way you can create or rather assign assignments to a class that has no learners. So I've just used this one as a sample. So assuming this is our classroom, how do you communicate to learners? How do you put announcements as a teacher in your Google Classroom? So what you can do, that part right there, when you need to post an announcement, you can type it here. Just by typing it there and clicking on post, learners can be able to get. Another feature that I really like about Google Classroom is you can decide which learner gets what announcement. Probably you only want 2 of the 10 learners to get the announcement. You can do that. By clicking the drop-down button, you'll be able to see a list of all the learners in your classroom. Then basically you can just select the ones that you want them to receive the announcement. So that if you don't want all the learners to access or rather to get the announcement, you can do that by selecting the learners that you want them to get the announcement. And something else, what if you have more than 3 classes, 4 classes? For example, teacher of English has Form 4 North, Form 4 East, Form 4 South, and you want them to be entirely separate. You don't have to be sending announcements like you start Form 4 North, unaweka announcement, unatoka, unaenda Form 4 East, unaweka announcement, unatoka, unaenda, you don't have to do that. That's too much work. What you can do by clicking the drop-down button right here, it will show you all the classes you have created. Like in this case, I have 4 classes. So you can basically just check on the boxes which classes you want to receive the announcement. Just by doing that, you type one announcement, you check on the classes that you want. The moment you click on post, all classes get the announcement at the same time. So it reduces the hassle of posting an announcement after announcement in different classes. So in case you have more than 1 class, you need to post the same announcement on all classes. You can simply click on the drop-down arrow and select the respective classes. But one thing you're supposed to note that the moment you enable this feature, you will not have the powers to select again the students that you want the announcement to reach. Why am I saying so? Because the system has been integrated in such a way that if you choose to send announcements in multiple classes, then all learners across the classes must be able to get the shared information. So the moment you click on more than 1 class, you don't have now the powers to select particular learners to get the announcement. It will only work if you only send announcements to one class. Now to give you the opportunity to sending to particular learners. But if you choose more than one class, then you cannot select particular students to receive the announcements, but all learners in all the classes will receive it. So in this case, I have checked on Form 4A, English Learning Online, Form 4A, Form 4B, and Form 4C. So all these learners in these three classes will get the announcement. So be sure to use such a feature when you want to communicate to all classes at a go. It comes very handy when you use such a feature. Now, you have already typed your assignment. Yes, Wanagudi.
There are some questions.
Okay, there are some questions?
On the chat.
Okay. Let me just...
There's someone asking if the students can add another student by sharing the link. Then if a learner can be added without email account.
Thank you so much, Bonaguda. Let me respond to the questions. There is this teacher who has asked if a student can add another student. No, a student cannot add another student. It's not like an invite link whereby you can share it from student to student, then they can just find themselves in the classroom. You only share this link with trusted learners or students of your class. The only challenge will come in if the students now share it with other learners. They will be able to join a class whereby they're not needed. But a student adding another student, no. The only person who has the authority of creating or rather copying a link is the teacher only. A student won't even be able to see the link, won't even be able to see whom they can chat. They'll be able to see the learners and the teachers, but they cannot even text their fellow learners in the same class. So sharing a link, that one is okay. But the only problem is that if they share the link with other learners who are not supposed to be in the class, they'll be able to join, just like in WhatsApp. So in such cases, that's why they have the feature of disabling what you call the code and the link, so that learners who are not supposed to be in that class, they cannot be able to join. Walter Jindo is asking if a learner has no email account, can you invite using just his name as per contact? That's why I'm saying, if a learner does not have an email account, again, it's going to be very challenging, because how will the learner integrate this Google Classroom? You know, Google Classroom is supposed to have what we call a Gmail account. So without a Gmail account in the first place, you won't be able to access Google Classroom. You won't even be able to download the mobile version of Google Classroom. So a Gmail account is paramount to such an endeavor, Bwana Jindwa. So once a student has a Gmail account, then you can share the code, you can invite via link, and you can also share or rather invite via the email address. CO, I believe, Omundi is asking, one concern of online learning has been on the safety of the channels used. In the recent past reports have surfaced of people get crashing lessons, very true. And in some extreme cases, invading the lessons with pornographic contents. How safe is Google Classroom? Very good question. Now, Bwana Omundu, how safe is Google Classroom? You can tune some of the settings I'm going to show you in the Google Classroom. One way you can do that is that you can restrict learners from posting and commenting, whereby you can only allow teachers to post and comment. So if teachers are only allowed to post and comment, then if anything pornographic surfaces in the classroom, then it is definitely the teachers who have sent it. I've seen that. And I believe with the Google Classroom, it uses what you call the SSL kind of encryption. If I can just annotate that from my screen, there's this kind of padlock here. I've just annotated it on my screen there. This one assures you that whatever you do under that site is well much encrypted. The other way also after trusting, of course, the Google services, is to ensure that learners do not have the luxury again of posting and commenting. You can allow them to comment on the posts that have been made by the teachers only, you know. And if you allow them to post on comments, posts made by teachers, it will deny them the opportunity of attaching videos, attaching links and other documents in their posts. But if you allow them to post, then they will have the power to attach a video, attach a link, and sometimes it can be very, very catastrophic. So one way of keeping Google Classroom safe is just allowing the learners to comment. Posting and commenting, very dangerous. Just allow them to post, rather to comment on posts made by teachers only. There is also a feature whereby you can not allow the learners to do anything, just to view na imeisha hapo. They can neither post, they can neither comment, which of course, sometimes they can be an issue with the assignment and you are not aware. If the students are not able to comment, you'll never know. No, watakuwa wameshindwa. But if you at least allow them to comment on your posts, you can at least get feedback. But they cannot attach links and videos in the Google Classroom. Very good question, Bwana Omundu. Hackers, of course, with the technology of today, we are prone to hackers. Even the mobile devices we're using, anything you do online is prone to hacking. The same case, I believe, this will be shared by Bwana Guda on tomorrow's session. The Zoom bombing thing, it happens. But if you put on some of the security measures I've shared about what the learner can be able to do in a classroom, then you'll have at least confined, or rather created a barrier as far as security is concerned. Fred Otieno is asking, when we talk of emails, must the email have at Gmail? Of course, because where will you download the Google Classroom app from? Google, the Gmail services provide the applications via the Google Play Store. Google Play Store. And for you to access a Google Play Store, you must have a Gmail account. So after you have a Gmail account, you can now be able to access what you call the Google Classroom. So I'm afraid, when Fred Otieno, you'll have to have a Gmail account. So can a student leave class at will? Of course. Our students can leave class at will, by the way. You cannot like lock the classroom in the padlock. Sema kuna mtu kutoka, once umeingia. Of course not. They can leave at will. And also, if the learners are not cooperating, you as a teacher, you can remove them. Which of course, I don't believe that you want to get to such a point. But learners can leave at will. Kennedy Omondi, learners can leave at will. Mwaka Fonda is asking if adding another teacher, the same as adding the students. Yeah, adding a teacher is the same as adding a student. Very true. You can invite the teachers via email. So the moment they accept the email, they will find themselves in the classroom, and they'll be able to view anything that has been posted in the classroom, even when the learner or the teacher alikuwa hajaingia. For example, umeingia leo kwa hiyo classroom na tulikuwa tumeanza March. The moment you enter, you'll be able to see everything from where we started. Oh my God. From where we started to where we are. So you don't have to worry about information that was shared before. So Bwana Mwaka Fondo, the same procedure used to adding students, the same procedure used to add teachers. I can see a teacher appear on different level from the students. How do you differentiate the two, a student and a teacher, in adding them? Now, you will only send invite emails. That is why you have to send emails. Of course, if you want to invite a teacher, for example, I want to invite mwakafondo@gmail.com. So I will go to this teacher section. If I can just go back and show Bwana Mwaka Fondo just a moment here. Bwana Fondo, if I can just go back for you. Here. Look at this section. Bwana Fondo, look at this section here. Hii inatumika ku-invite teachers peke yake. So when you click on this, itakuletea section ya kuweka email address. Hasa unaweka mwakafondo@gmail.com. So huyo mwalimu aki accept that invite atatokea hapa. Sawa sawa. So if you want to invite a learner, unakuja hapa. When you click on that, ukiweka hiyo email, that learner atatokea hapa. You see? So be very sure on where you want to put that participant. Kama ni mwalimu, tumia hii. Kama ni mwanafunzi, tumia hapa. So thank you so much, Bwana Fondo, for that response. So let me see if there are any further questions. Just a moment. Very good. Very good. So let me see. There's one here by Omundo. Again, I'm one person who has always been loyal to Yahoo email addresses, but the versatility of Gmail email account has compelled me to have one. Yes, this is something that you cannot say no, Bwana Omundo. It's either you are in or you are in. So it has a number of features, of course, that are applicable in our day-to-day life. I totally agree with you, Bwana Omundo. So thank you for the questions. So in case there are any questions in the chats, Bwana Hebron will be reminding me as I move on with the presentation. So we were on creating assignments. So I believe you are here. You can select more than one class if you want to communicate the same information to different classes. So at this point, the system won't allow you to select particular students. All students in the respective classes will be selected automatically, since posts across multiple classes must be shared by all students. Something very interesting here. You as a teacher, you can be able to attach a file from Google Drive. You can share a link. Probably you have put an assignment or announcement, then you want the learners to be directed exactly to where you want to find them, to find the information. You can share a link rather than telling them just go online and Google agrarian revolution. They'll find so much information online. But if you can narrow it down and share a link with them, it will direct them to that particular information that you want them to get. You can even attach a file and even a YouTube video that you feel is very conducive for the learners. This is a very nice feature that you're supposed to use here. And in our classes, as I'll show you, I always use especially the link to share our Zoom meeting links via link, so that a learner does not have to enter the passwords. You know, they don't have to, by just clicking the link, it takes them directly to the what? To the meeting. Another feature that you should be very proud of is that you can post your assignments, post the announcements immediately. You can even schedule. Look at that. Umeangalia umeona niko na class on Thursday, na hiyo Thursday nitakuwa barabarani nikienda Mariakani. So you can just create your announcement, attach the relevant documents, then schedule it to be posted exactly probably on Thursday at 7 a.m. The system will do that for you. If you're sure that probably you want to be closer to your machine or your mobile device, you can schedule as many announcements as you want. So at the comfort of your home, announcements will just be posted for the learners in the Google Classroom. You will not have to worry. Ikifika tu saa moja, tarehe fulani, yenyewe inajipeleka kwa Google Classroom. Look at that. Then you can also save draft. Saving draft meaning you have not finalized on your announcements, but you want to edit it and send it at a later date. You can also save as draft. So you can utilize these sections when you're interacting with Google Classroom. So I believe I've answered so many questions on creating announcements. Now let us look at how you can create now announcements. You can create assignments. Let me just check if there are any questions. Sorry. In this presentation, and also do the same in the presentation on assessment using Google Forms. So that teacher, please sit and attend the lesson, and you'll see this in this presentation and in the next presentation on Google Forms for assessment. So creating announcements, very important. You want to assess your learners. Mwafunza kwa Zoom, mwafunza kwa WhatsApp. How do we create these assignments? one thing you're supposed to know is you click on classwork. Pale juu, kwa zile tabs zetu za kwanza, you click on classwork. There's this tab that you'll see there. Click on the plus create site. The moment you click on that, you will see a list pop up. Assignment, quiz assignment, question. You can create question for learners, like ask them, how was your feeling of the topic? Did you understand? Then you can say yes or no. So the learners can choose between yes or no. So it is a feature that allows you to get feedback immediately from a class you have taught, or if you need, or if learners need feedback from what you have taught. Very important. Then material. I use this section so much to post materials that I want learners to use or read before a class or after a class. The good thing also with Google Classroom, you can even reuse a post. The same post you posted like 2 months ago, it will still be available. You can reuse it again. There is some noise interference in the classroom. Let us mute. Thank you so much. So you can even create a topic, for example, SADS. Then below SADS, you can add material for the learners to access. Now, some have been getting this question so much from teachers. What is the difference between assignment and quiz assignment? Don't worry, today is the day. Now, assignment. They are both, of course, assignments. You can edit, score, and reuse. But quiz assignment adds a blank Google form for you that has the quiz setting turned on. You can then edit the quiz and add questions. You can also lock a quiz on Chromebooks and import grades. For example, you know, our learners are very cheeky. If probably you want learners to only access that assignment and not have the leeway of minimizing and going and to Google answers, you can lock that quiz. It's such that if they try to leave, you will get a notification via email. Kwamba huyo mtoto anatoka anataka kwenda ku Google ndo akuje ajibu. But this feature, of course, is only available on Chromebooks, and I've also seen it with the MacBooks, the Apple kind of laptops. So for those using the normal manufactured computers, I believe we shall have to contend with the integrity of our learners. And I've just given you a brief description of what a Chromebook is. The laptops, detachables, and the tablets powered by the Chrome operating system. Most of our laptops and computers are powered by the Microsoft operating system. So that is speedy, smart, and secure. So if you have a Chromebook, you'll enjoy this feature of locking a quiz. But if you don't have, you'll have to trust your learners to do their assignments with a lot of integrity. Higher. Ukisha click on assignment, this is what you're going to see. You can type the title of the assignment, for example, verbs. Instructions, of course, are very, very important. In all our exams, via copies, we usually have instructions on the first page. So you can have some instructions. This will guide the students on how to attempt the assignment. You can choose to assign the assignment to a particular class or multiple classes. You can choose to assign the assignment to particular students or all students. Look at this. You have a learner who has, or rather out of 10, you have at least 2 learners who still want more work with the topic that I've just handled. You can set an assignment and send only to the 2 learners. Look at that kind of feature. You can assign the desired points for the assignment. You can also set the due date. This is a feature that I really love. This one keeps the learners on toes. Because if a learner does an assignment past the due date, you will get an email notification. Na kwa Google Classroom, kando ya results zake, itaandika done late. You know, done late. Hakuna kukimbia hapa. Done. So you'll have the authority to question the learner kwa nini hakufanya the assignment before the due date. Then you can also type the topic, the quiz or rather assignment is from, and also the rubrics. Let the learners know how the assignment will be.
Excuse me, Okuba.
Yes. A question, please.
Okay, there is Mr. Odor. Kindly mute.
Yes.
Mr. Odwor, kindly mute your mic. Okay, you can continue.
Okay, thank you so much, Bwana Hebron. I thought it was a question. Let me see. So no questions so far. Very good. The learners are contented. Very well. Hi. So I was saying that the rubric side, let the students know how the assignment will be evaluated. I've not been using this feature so much because evaluation is basically, if you score 100, it remains 100. I don't base my evaluation on if you score question 1A or if you miss question 1A, automatically you miss question 1B. I have not so far evaluated using such a criterion, but for you teachers, you can try out the rubric section and give feedback on the same in our Litnum class. Now, look at this. This is a pre-filled information on assignment. Title, just understanding Google Classroom. Instructions, I've just placed some few instructions, attempt all questions, ensure your answers are in English. Some learners really have to tell them, you know, they'll answer a maths segment in Kiswahili. So you have to let them know from the word go. So I've also put the desired points here. Then I've also put the deadline, due tomorrow, 7 p.m. Topic, numerical remote learning. Then below, here we have some features where when you click, you can add a drop-down list. When I have done, I'm getting interference from my side.
Yeah, there is one Mr. Odwor who can, I've actually requested him to mute, but it's like he's not with us. I might be forced to remove him from the meeting. Mr. Odwor, hear me?
I've muted him. I don't know. I've muted him. My phone has just.
Kindly mute your mic, please.
Okay, so so this section is very important. This section here, let me just annotate that for you. This section is very important because without this, without you attaching or creating a Google form or creating a document to the assignment, there will be no assignment. Don't make a mistake of clicking assign without adding or creating, because it will go blank. The learners, when they click on this particular assignment, they will not see anything. So this section here is very, very it's like everything as far as assignments are concerned. Without this, you have not posted any assignment. So please use this section before clicking on assign. And one thing that I also noted is that when you make any changes in the Google Classroom, they are automatically saved. You know, you don't have to worry that stima inaweza potea, then the information yako pay potea. You don't have to worry about that. Everything is saved. Even when you take one letter, when you look at this section that it has been labeled saved, you'll see it saying saving. So you don't have to worry about power outages, or probably you mistakenly close the entire tab. Now moving on, at creating, you see, you can create a doc, you can create a slide, you can create a sheet, you can create a drawing. All these are multiple ways in which you can create documents to accompany the assignment. Probably you want them to write an essay. You create a document whereby they will type from the other end and turn in the assignment. Now, this one is a complete version of a field assignment section with an attached Google form entitled Google Classroom Quiz. Look at that. Sasa tukifika hapa, you can comfortably click on assign. You are very sure that the learner will see the title, the instructions, the points, the due date, and the quiz itself. You see? So once all sections are filled, you can click on assign. This will assign the assignment to the students. But again, you can as well schedule it or save the assignment as a draft by clicking the drop-down arrow. The same way we saw in creating or rather posting an announcement. You can schedule it For example, I'm anticipating to finish SADS by this week on Friday. Then you can schedule the assignment for Saturday or Sunday. The moment that date and time arrives, the assignment will be automatically be posted in the Google Classroom. Very, very interesting features that teachers are supposed to employ. Haya, usha post assignment sasa. How will it look from your side, from the teacher perspective? Itakaa aje? Look at that. This is just a sample from our Google Classroom. Once you've posted the assignment, students will get notifications via email and in their Google Classroom mobile app. Then they will be able to access it on their class. Look at that. Students can even comment. So with my classroom, I've only allowed students to comment on the posts I have made only. So you can see learners saying, thank you, teacher. You know, that shows that they have received the announcement. Look at this part, the title of the essay. Look at the due date right here and the time, you know, the attachment, the instruction. Look at that. So once the learners start doing the assignments, you can basically see, you will also be able to see how many students have turned in the assignment on your stream. Don't worry about the 3 who have turned in and the 196 who are still thinking of turning in. Sometimes it needs the grace of God for learners to attempt these assignments. So don't worry, these values will be increasing with the time before the deadline approaches. So these learners who have not done, probably before the deadline, they'll be able to attempt the assignment. So once they attempt, value hii hapa inaongezeka, you know, hapa inaongezeka, then hapa inapungua. But they will balance, of course, with the number of learners you have in the classroom. So this is also a very important section which will guide you on how many have done, how many have not done, and so on. Now look at that. Once you post an assignment as a teacher, you'll be able to see in this section, all upcoming assignments will be displayed here. It's like your notice board. Just imagine, Google Classroom has a notice board for you. You'll be having it here as a teacher. So utakuwa unajua kuna assignment nilipeana inaisha Friday saa moja. So you'll be able to see that from your end. And once learners attempt the assignments, you'll be able also to see from the gradebook section. You may also be able to review the assignment details and assignment status for each individual. Now, in this case, from this slide, for example, this learner, missing inamaanisha hajafanya. Look at this, done late. Meaning, ukiset hiyo assignment uliweka the due date. So, akipita even with the 1 minute, hata afanye yote, it will mark done late. You know, then you can now get to the learner and try to inquire, why didn't you do the assignment in advance? Wale wamefanya in advance, mapema, the results will be posted there. Look at this. So these are some of the learners whose results have been reviewed and graded. Ukifanya kuchelewa, utaona itandikwa hapo done late. Kama hujafanya, hakuna ujanja, missing. So a learner should not put you under siege that, sir, I submitted my assignment. No, don't even argue. Just go to the Google Classroom to that particular learner. Itakwambia tu kama alifanya utaona, kama hakufanya pia you'll be able also to see that. So this section is also very, very important for teachers to get acquainted with. This is an example of a notification that I receive as a teacher. Kama mtoto amefanya assignment kuchelewa. Look at this. This is a learner who did an assignment 4 minutes past due date. I said that 4 minutes past due date. You get a notification immediately in your email as a teacher. Hata akifanya 1 minute past the due date, utapata. Wale ambao wanafanya before the deadline, you won't get. Unless they comment on the assignments, that's when you get a notification. So you get notifications of all assignments submitted past the due date. Very interesting. Moving on. You can as well comment, leave feedback. This is a learner that had done a quiz on poetry. Now I am leaving a feedback. If feedback, itaenda kwa huyu mwanafunzi peke yake. You can even see the score right here. You can see the score right here. Then now I am leaving the comment. Excellent. Keep up the good work. then click the link below to access materials on poetry. This one is just to simplify a way in which they can access the material, because this technology is coming at a time whereby learners probably have never interacted with Google Classroom. So when you simplify it by giving them a link, it makes their work even easier, because kuna wanafunzi wakifungua Google Classroom, what was posted most recent is what will appear first on the screen. So kama wanafunzi hata scroll down, they'll not be able to see information that was sent earlier. So I always do this for my learners to make their work easier. Unaona, kama amepata kidogo below average, namwekea hapo link, ambia kindly go back and read, and you can even redo the assignment. So doing this is just the prerogative of a teacher to assist the learner into having what we call a humble maneuvering in the Google Classroom. Once you have typed your comment, please don't forget to click on return. The moment you click on return, mwanafunzi atapata this notification via email and also via Google Classroom. Another feature is that you can also add feedback. Apart from adding feedback, you can also assign grades to each student. I use this learner. When you have one grade, you can just basically go and type like 82 out of 100, then you click return, type the comment and send. Now, there's one thing that I'm supposed to realize. There are some quizzes that will integrate with Google Classroom. An example of it is quizzes. You can set quizzes on the quizzes application, then share it in Google Classroom. So mtoto akifanya hiyo assignment kwa quizzes, akimaliza tu, the results will automatically be transferred to Google Classroom. So you don't have again to go to quizzes. Unaangalia, for example, Alice Achieng, 65, unakuja kwa Google Classroom, unarecord, hapana. The integration is seamlessly. Akifanya kule, inaji-update huko kwingine. So you don't have again to come back and start typing the results. And I like using that because it reduces work on again assigning grades to particular learners. So you can use quizzes. I believe also Kahoot has the integration. Akifanya kule kwingine, results zenyewe zinajipopulate kwa Google Classroom. And this is an example of a grade book. Don't worry about the missing. These learners are going to attempt the quizzes. The ones that have attempted, you can see the grades here. So it's just a typical grade book, like the ones we use back in our schools. The points, kama alifanya late, missing, you can see all the assignments posted up here. Alifanya assignment gani ilipeanwa, ilikuwa out of how many marks, na alifanya lini, all that. So this is just a sample grade book. Hi, before I move on to integrate with Google Drive, maybe if there are any questions in the chats, Bwana Hebron?
Yes, there is a from Madam Firdaus.
Yes, please.
Madam Firdaus, your hand is up. Okay, maybe the hand was up by mistake. So back to you, Mr. Okuba.
Okay, thank you so much, Bwana Hebron. I can see a question by Beatrice here. He's saying, under due, isn't it advisable to write a date instead of just saying tomorrow? Of course, ukiona pale imeandikwa tomorrow, the system yenyewe ishafikiria ikajua kwamba kama leo ni Wednesday na assignment iko due Thursday, then Thursday ni kesho. I see that. So, but wewe mwenyewe kama mwalimu, you can basically key in the exact date that you want the assignment to be due, the exact time. So as the deadline approaches, itakuwa inakwambia, for example, due Friday. Ikifika Thursday, itakwambia due tomorrow. So Beatrice, I believe I've answered you on that. Zipporah is asking, how do I create that book? Zipporah, Google Classroom, you will not have to create that book. It will populate itself but as you go on giving assignments to the learners, as you grade the learners, ukiendelea tu kwa assignment na ukigrade, yenyewe itakuwa inajipanga kule kwa grade book. So all you have to do is just click the grade tab, you will see all your results there. You don't have to create anything. Just imagine that, Madam Zipporah. You don't have to create anything at all. Yenyewe itakufanyia kazi. The joy of using Google Classroom. Very good. Haya, integration with Google Drive. Hii information yote tunaweka hapa kwa Google Classroom. Inaenda wapi? inaenda wapi?
Excuse me, Okuba, there's a question from Mary.
Yes, please.
Okuba, I wanted to ask.
Yes, please.
I saw a bit of some missing there, the one you are telling us not to worry about. So I'm just asking, is there an option to follow up on students who have not remitted their assignments? So how do you make follow up on these students? Thank you.
Very, very good question, Mary. Now I will take you back to this slide here. Look at this learner anaitwa tutumia gani? Javan Yavueza. Look at this learner here. Ukiangalia huyu learner hapa, if I can just annotate that. If you look at this learner, currently ni missing, na ataenda missing mpaka deadline ipite. You can send an email only to this learner by checking the box. Unaona ukiklik tu hapa hivi, this section will be active. Unaona nimeclick checkbox hapa ya Muga Ivet, alafu section ikakuwa active. So meaning I can even send Muga Ivet an email directly. You know? So if a learner is currently missing, hajafanya assignment, check this box to show that I want to communicate with this learner. Then click on this bahasha here. Ukiklik hapa, the system will open a separate tab. Ile inakaa kama ya Google. Vile unataka tu kutuma email tu ya kawaida, itatokea hapo. Then now you can write your information there, like, hello Javan, the deadline is approaching and I have seen you have not yet attempted your assignment on verbs. Please make sure you attempt it in the Google Classroom. So the learner will get that notification in their email addresses. So Mary, you have a way of communicating with that learner. So learner akisoma, alafu still I choose not to do, then of course you do not have powers against that. You cannot force the learner to do the assignment from the other end, but you can remind them to do the assignment. And apart from that, on the other side, huwa kuna notification inakuja. Wanaona kwamba kuna assignment that is due, inamkumbusha kule pia on the other side. So unless they totally choose to ignore, then you'll have no powers. But on your end, you can send an email directly from this section. Mary, I hope I've responded to your question.
Thank you, Okuba. You have answered. Thank you.
Okay. So if there are no any further questions, I believe we can now look at how to integrate with Google Drive. All this information that we keep on pumping the Google Drive, in the Google Classroom rather, where does it go to? This is a sample of my classes in the Google Classroom. I have 4 of them. 4 of them. This is what we refer to as the home screen. Home screen. This is the teacher perspective. So get access to all your classes by clicking here. The moment you click on classes, you'll be able to see classes zako zote. Zile ambazo pia ume-archive, labda hiyo unit umemaliza and you're no longer communicating, you can archive your classes. So these are all my current classes. From this, I can be able to see the number of students I have, the assignments that are due in all the classes. This arrow here, you can access the gradebook, you know. The good thing with Google Classroom, you can get anything, anywhere, at any moment. So you can access the gradebook of this particular class by clicking here. And also the folder, you can access the folder of the particular class. Unajua kila class umecreate iko na folder yake. So kama ulituma kazi ya SADS kwa form 4B, unaenda kwa folder ya form 4B kwa Google Drive, utapata hiyo kazi kwa hiyo folder ya SADS. So each class has an independent folder for that. And when you go to Google Drive, the good thing is Google Classroom creates a Google Drive folder for each created class. Now that I have 4 classes, I will have 4 folders in the Google Drive. I'll have 4 folders in the Google Drive. And when you look at the bahasha here, I don't know why the slide keeps on moving, you will see that it can be shared because there's some information I've shared with the learners. Inakaa hivi, maybe I can just annotate. Inakaa kama iko na kapicha kama mtu hapa, unaona. If you have not shared, you'll not see this icon here that looks like a person. So this one shows that there is some information in that Google Drive folder that you are sharing with the learners, you know. So 4 classes, for Google Drives. Ukiingia ndani, huwa kuna folder tofauti ya assignments peke yake. So you will not get lost. It will be a walk in the park for you when you're trying to navigate where assignment is. Moving on, this is an example kwa folder moja nimeingia ndani. Look at that. Any assignment I created iko, alafu files pia ziko hapo ndani. Every class folder will include subfolders for every assignment created. Students submitted assignments will go directly to the assignment folder. So you don't have to worry about what will go where. Google Drive na Google Classroom will do that work for you. Wewe ukitaka tu kutafuta, nenda kwa particular class, nenda kwa particular assignment, utaipata hapo ndani. Up to that point, I don't know if there is a question on integrating with Google Drive before I move on to now what the learner will see. Hapa tushamalizana upande wa walimu. Sasa tunaenda wanafunzi kule side yao wataona nini sasa? What will the learners be able to see? Maybe if I can accept questions, Bwana Hebron.
I see a question from Sister Grace. I think her mic is on. So she has a question maybe.
Mine was not a question, was to alert Mr. Kuba that there is a question. Somebody is inquiring whether the system marks and awards the marks to the students on itself or what happens. There is a question on the chat box.
Thank you so much, Sister Grace. I can see, does the system mark and award marks by itself in the case of mathematics when you input the marking scheme? Of course. And I'm going to explain this in different levels. I employ the use of quizzes because I will not have the hassle of again going and reviewing that work step by step. Once nimeweka marking scheme, if you choose that particular answer and it is correct, it will mark you tick. That is one scenario. The other scenario, learners or other teachers kama walimu wa history wanaweza set assignment wakwambie write about the agrarian revolution. Different learners will have different writings, different ways of approaching that question. So you not have a marking scheme that will cater for all the learners. So in such cases, you will have to review that assignment manually. Wakishatuma, wewe upate, usome, award mark, alafu release results. I'll show you that in the presentation on Google Forms for assessment. And another way is that using Google Forms, unaweza weka results pale, and kwa Google Forms pia itakupatia option ya choose the correct answer. It's actually that kama mwanafunzi select the word home, then basically hiyo ita mark right. I have seen teachers making a mistake whereby they leave a blank space, like they want the learner to write physically a type pale. For example, jibu ya hiyo swali ni the word home, H-O-M-E. Alafu kwa marking scheme ya mwalimu ameweka home, H-O-M-E, alafu mwalimu akaongeza full stop mwisho. So mwanafunzi akija kaandika home, H-O-M-E, without the full stop, that answer will be marked wrong. So even when you are creating marking schemes that the system will use to mark the assessments by the learners, be very careful with what you want the system really to mark. If you want the system to mark home full stop, the system will mark that. If the system does not see home full stop, it will mark wrong for the learner. Na utapata kama mwanafunzi anashindwa, jibu hii swali ni home, mbona nimemarkiwa wrong? Kumbe labda wewe ku create the answers ulisahau kuweka full stop. It will definitely mark wrong. So for those willing to let the system mark, please provide precise answer. That is why we always let you use what you call the multiple choice. Mwanafunzi tu anachagua kuliko ile ana type mwenyewe. Hiyo huwa inaleta shida sana kwa wanafunzi, especially with questions that they have to write paragraphs, you know. So you'll have to wait. Like sisi wa essays paper 3 huwa hatuwezi weka marking schemes iwamakie, because any slight variation with our answers versus the answers of the learners, everything will be wrong. So tukipatiana essay questions huwa tuna mark manually, we review manually, kisha tuna award marks, then we release the score. So there are those different scenarios in which you can approach if you want the system to mark your assessments. I believe I've answered Bwana Baxter on that question. So if there are no any further questions, I believe I can move on to the student perspective. I'll move on a little bit quicker. So mwanafunzi ataona nini? How to join a class. Mwanafunzi anaweza join vipi? Kumbuka tuli create code, tume-invite na link na tume-share via email. Sasa yeye mwanafunzi atafanya nini? Ana complete assignments vipi? Digital communication, discussion and email, integration with the Google Drive, joining a class. Hivi ndio itakuwa akifungua. And one thing I can tell you teachers is that using Google Classroom on a laptop or a desktop is more powerful than using Google Classroom on a phone. You can use it also on a tablet, but you know, the capabilities of the interface ya computer ni tofauti na ile capabilities ya interface ya simu. Kuna vitu fulani watoto hataona kwa simu. So I encourage you, if they can get laptops and desktops, it's very useful if they use it on the computer version, but also on the phone version, they can also be able to do most of the tasks that the online version can be used. So students can easily navigate between classes by using the menu button. In order to join a class, students can accept the invitation sent by his or her teacher, or can enter the class code. Ile class code ambayo tulishare, anaweza finya hapo, alafu aweke class code. The moment click on join, sasa hivi ndo mwanafunzi side yake ataona. It is not much different from the stream kwa upande wa mwalimu. The only difference is that kwa mwanafunzi, look at this, if I can just annotate this, any assignment yenye iko assigned itakuwa marked kwake, kwa side yake ataona assigned. Akimaliza, alafu akue graded, itaandikwa hapo graded. I see that. Then the learner can also be able to see assignments that are upcoming. So mwanafunzi alisema chako na assignment. They'll be able to see that, and any other posts or materials shared by the teacher. So the menu button will allow students to navigate between classes, check assignments, or change settings. Assignments are waiting to be done will be marked assigned. Look at that. So that is basically how the learners can view on their other end. Ameona assignment, amejua vile anaweza navigate. Now, how do they submit the assignments? Kumbuka tumepatia assignments. So yeye kama mwanafunzi, in their home screen, they can be able by there to see the name of the teacher, their classes, kama hapa kuna different classes ataweza kuona, and their upcoming assignments. So hii ni student perspective. Sasa sisi ni wanafunzi tunaona. So anaweza ona jina ya mwalimu, assignment yenye iko na inaisha lini. You see, the deadlines can also be able to be seen by the learner. So by clicking on open your work icon, the learner will be able to view all assignments that are assigned, returned, and missing. Kumbuka kule kwa ile gradebook ya mwalimu, tulikuwa tunaona so much missing. Yeye mwanafunzi pia mwenyewe anaweza ona kwamba sijafanya assignment, you know, by clicking that. Look at this example. This is student A. In gradebook ya student A. Unaona? Ile iko assigned inakuja top. Missing zote pia unaweza ziona. And the good thing is you can be able to navigate. Ukitaka kuona zote unaweza ona zote. If you want to see only the assigned ones, you can see. If you want to see the returned, zile zilimakiwa zikarekeshwa, unaweza ona. If you only want to see zenye hujafanya, you can also see that by navigating through this section. So by clicking on assignment, assignment, the student will get more options on how to submit the work. Hasa tumeassign mtoto indefinite pronouns. Click hapo. What will the learner see next? So this is what the learner will see. Ataona due date, ataona points, ni points ngapi maximum anaweza pata. Pia anaweza ona, anaweza kuwa with the ability of creating a document. Kuna assignments zingine unamwambia at home. Unaona kuna ile pia interactive assignments. Unaweza kumwambia take a picture of you grazing the cattle. Unaona? So anaweza piga picture, alafu anaweza add in the Google Drive, attach hapo as evidence. So this feature is also very good. You can create slides and attach as a learner. You can also send a private comment. So a student akitype up a private comment, inakuja kwa wewe mwalimu peke yake. No learner will be able to see such a comment. But kama ana comment generally on the quiz, anaweza comment hapo kwa a class comment, whereby now all the other learners will be able to see. So all the teachers can be able to see both the private comments and the class comments. But mwanafunzi akienda kwa private comment, it just goes to the teacher alone. Akienda kwa class comment, then all the learners in the classroom will be able to see that comment. Now, this is an example of a field. Hii ni example ya mtoto ashafanya assignment. Now, this is how it look. Kumbuka quizzes ishamgrade tayari, and it even gives you an option to resubmit. Look at that. Once the student has attempted the assignment, this section will be changed from assigned. Kumbuka assigned inamaanisha hujafanya. Graded umefanya na grade imekuwa released. I see that. Once graded, the results will appear here. Mwanafunzi anaweza ona amescore ngapi. Look at that. Then a learner can also be allowed to resubmit. That is if kwa parameters assignment yako ulisema ya kwamba a learner can do more than once. But the moment umeweka kama kwa quizzes umeweka a learner can only do once, akijaribu kusubmit itakata. I see that. But if you have said that they can do more than once, then this option of resubmitting, akiclick inaweza mpeleka kwa assignment afanye tena, alafu afanye nini? A resubmit again. Look at the comments kama hii. The quiz was quite challenging. Hii itaenda kwa mwalimu peke yake. Alafu looking forward to the next piece. Hii itaenda kwa darasa nzima. Kila mtu anaweza kuiona sasa. Naona sasa akishamaliza kufanya huko kwa gradebook yake itapopulate immediately. So once the teacher has graded and returned the submitted assignment, the student may access his or her grade on the assignments page like that. Now, this is an example of an activity in the classroom. The student will get an email notification. Nikigrade mimi kama mwalimu nikigrade assignment, yeye atapata notification in the email. Nikipost any material, atapata. Nikimake any announcement. So, generally, any announcement or any activity in the Google Classroom, the learner will be able to get a notification in the email address. You see? So, these are very important feature that learners enjoy so that they can not be in the dark. Umepost kitu na hawajui kama umeweka, they will get a notification for that in their emails. In terms of communication, learners can comment, post comments, attachments, videos, and links. This one is also a presentation in reflection to a question by Omundu, I believe, on the security of what the learners post here. So in this picture, you can see that if you enable learners to have the, there's some interference. If you enable the learners to be able to post and comment, this section will be active here. Unaona hapa imeandikwa share with your class. So hapa wanaweza weka andika chochote hapa, kisha waka add a video, a link and stuff like that. So if you trust your learners, give them that opportunity to post and comment. But if you have learners that are cheeky, I strongly advise you only give them the opportunity to comment only on the posts that you make. You see? On the posts that you make. Look at this feature here. You can control the students' privilege on commentary by managing this section. Ya kwanza, students can post and comment. If you trust them, give them that opportunity. But again, for security purposes, don't allow them to post and comment. Wataanza kuweka hapo salamu, then it loses the meaning of the classroom. But only allow them to comment. I've given my learners the opportunity to enjoy privilege number 2. They can only comment to posts I made, meaning they cannot attach anything. Sometimes I can create an assignment na kuna kitu nimesahau kuweka. They can remind me, teacher, the code you provided is not working. Then I can go back and, rather than muting everything in the classroom, in case there is a problem, you won't be able to know. Of course, the last option, only teachers can post and comment. This option currently, I don't encourage it, but stick to the second option. At least let the students say something in case there is a problem with whatever you have posted. If they're asking for the results when they're going to be out, this second option is going to come in handy for them. The students may also communicate directly, as you saw earlier, in the chats, in the comments, private. It can go directly to the teacher by using that section. And integrate with Google Drive, the same applies with what you saw under the teacher. Kwa mwanafunzi yeye mwenyewe anaweza ona, by clicking the class drive folder. Akiclick hapa kwa classwork. Akiclick hapa class drive folder. So akiclick hapa ataona all the assignments zenye ameweza kufanya, materials shared by the teachers, ataziona zote hapo. By clicking the classwork tab. A folder will also be created for them in the Google Drive so that any information yenye inapitia pale inakuwa stored pale. So they don't have to start looking for information everywhere. Itakuwa imewekwa kwa folder pale kwa Google Drive. Lastly, as I come to the end of my presentation, I'm not telling you that it's going to be easy, but I'm telling you that it's going to be worth it. Kufanya hivi vitu yote na ukue gwiji kidogo, it's not going to be easy. But the moment you master it, trust you me, it's going to be worth it. So with that, I come to the end of my presentation. Maybe I can accept questions. Bwana Hebron, if you can hear me.
Yes, please, Zokuba.
Yes.
That was extremely wonderful. Ni vile makofi hatuwezi piga ukaona, but we can use the reactions. This was really grateful. Maybe we can unmute all of us, alafu tugonge makofi asikie before we tumpatie questions. Let's unmute all of us. Okay, thank you so much for the applause. So kuna swali from Fred Otieno. Fred?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
No, I think I had asked my question. Maybe there's a mistake.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I did ask earlier, yes.
Asante. Any other question?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, I'm asking, thank you so much, Mr. Nguba. My question is, apart from the assignments, and can I also post the notes? Maybe I want students to read the notes and answer something. Can it also be done?
Thank you so much, madam, for the question. Yes, you can do that. Under the materials, kuna section pale under unatoka kwa assignments, unaenda kwa quiz assignments, kuna section hapo inaitwa materials. That is where you can post your material and you can let the learners also respond by commenting under that section. It is very possible with them, madam. You can do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, and also to add that, you can as well attach your notes in terms of unaweza attach in the format of a Google Doc or a slide or even a video. You just want them to watch a video and write notes on what they watched and stuff like that. It happens. It can be done, madam. Thank you for the question.
Welcome.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that the presentation is very good. I've really enjoyed. My question is like somehow it has been addressed because we find that sometimes some of us who have been using the Googles, we were posting material like notes or slides maybe on the section for assignment. And that's where you could see even the issue of notes. You find that it's writing graded, it's written missing. So I think the clarification has been done. If it is a matter of notes or it's a matter of just slides for the students to read, it goes to material but not to the assignment. Thanks for that clarification.
Yes, thank you so much, Elizabeth. And also to add on what you have just said, is that if you don't want anything to be graded, wake up a material. Ile za kukua graded ni assignments. And also, be very careful when you're posting a material. Also enter the topic. Kuna mahali kwa tunaweka topic. Eka topic, because materials without topics won't be able to be viewed by the learners. But materials with the topics will be able to be viewed by the learners. So ukitekaneza material yako, umeweka material ya agrarian revolution, pale kwa topic andika agrarian revolution. Mwanafunzi ataweza kuona. But uweke tu material alafu wache hapo, the learners won't be able to see. So materials without topics won't be available, but materials with topics, they will be available. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, Nancy here. Great job, Mr. Kuba. That's my trailer for ICT. I can proudly say it in front of everybody. Now, the teachers of English in this group, I would humbly advise you to make sure your students join this English line online classes, the ones that Mr. Kuba is talking about. It was started for our students for English. So if you could advise them to all join, we have codes that we normally post. And if you are interested, just contact us. We shall post them for you. Therefore, we have very many students. So far, we are heading to 600 students. Include your students there, and you'll never regret it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Back to you, Hebron.
Thank you, Okuba. Now we we give it to Wishaminya. Mr. Wishaminya?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Hebron, for this opportunity, and also my predecessor presenter, Mr. Okuba. That was a very good presentation, and I think colleagues, you have been able to gain a lot on what Okuba has shared with us. Now, for me, I'm going to present on exam.net. I'll take at most 40 minutes. Exam.net is another platform which you can use for assessment. Apart from what Mr. Okuba has mentioned on Google Forms, which you can use for assessment, exam.net also provides an alternative for assessment. And it has its own advantages. One of the advantages is that it has a high integrity. You can be able to provide learners with tools for assessment. Inakupa ile room kama ile ya exam, normal exam situation. Inakupea watoto calculator, GeoGebra, translators, formula, etc. Then teachers can also for submit if at all learners are they go beyond the time allocated. Kwa mfano ukipea watoto 2 hours wafanye exam, akipitisha unaweza for submit exam yake. Good. So those are the just introduction details about exam.net. In my presentation, I'll go directly the practicability of how this thing works. So if at all you are seated near a laptop which can access internet, you can follow the steps which I'll be sharing with you. And also for those who are using phone, it might be a little bit challenging, but you can minimize Labda and follow the procedure which I'll be doing it. Thank you. So I'll start by sharing my screen. And to my screen, there it is. So I'll open a new tab. So for your situation, you can use any search engine, any browser to be able to access this assessment platform. So waweza tumia Chrome, waweza tumia all those other platforms for searching information. So hapa, what I'm going to do so that I'm able to access exam.net, I've said is another option apart from Google Form for you to be able to assess our learners. Mr. Okuba amesema vizuri kuwa we can have Google Classroom. In that Google Classroom, you need to assess learners. Google Classroom in a manage. And when it comes to assessment, you can use Google Forms. You can use also alternative, that is exam.net. So what I'm going to do, now I'm going to search exam.net. So nitafinya www.exam.net. Then there it is. It's searching. Oh, just a minute. Let me just go exam.net directly. Good. So that is the page which it opens for you. I think you can be able to see we have student and we have the part written teacher. So here in white, that is the platform where students need to log in. So huwa wanakuanga na kitu inaitwa exam key, which a teacher generates for the learners to be able to use for them to be able to sit for this exam. So I'll go, because we are teachers, we need to know how to log in as teachers. So I'll click where it is written teachers. Then you can be able to see sign in, email, password, kuna also register. Now that we are new teachers, you have never created any. Kama labda ushai login kwa hii example, to just go straight away to sign in. But because you are new in this platform, you go to register. So I'll click register. Good. So I'm now registering as a teacher. So the first step is you write your country. So kuna hapa drop down, you can select your country there. So kwa vile tuko Kenya, nitatafuta Kenya. So there it is. Then below that, there is another space which has been provided to select the region. So tuko Mombasa. So nitatafuta Mombasa. Kama uko Kakamega, kama uko Meru, unaenda penye your region is. Now, here region refers to your county. So usiandike utapata Coast region ama Nairobi or Nyanza. So here, for this case, region is county. So Mombasa ndio hiyo. Then school. If you are new, utapata your school is not among the ones that are listed here. These are schools which kids have been able to access into this platform. So kama yangu haiko, I'll just type it like let's say Jelimishe Secondary. Jelimishe Secondary. There it is. Good. So the next thing that I'll have to do is I register. Oh, sikuwa nimeweka school, sorry. Sikuwa nimeweka vizuri. So I'll go back, Jelimishe Secondary. Click to add school. Then I think you can see inafaa nijaze city. So the city hapa ni wapi? Si Mombasa. So Mombasa. Then school name ndio hiyo hapo, Jelimishe Secondary. So I say add school. So next time when I log in, I'll be able to get it there. So after adding the school, kuna hapo inafaa nijaze first name, last name. Hii ni majina yangu. So my first name is let's say I'm the one registering, so Emmanuel. Then my last name is Wishaminya. This is a very difficult name. Imesumbuanga watu wengi sana. I think you have seen the spelling. Email. Now, hapa kwa email, you need to be very careful. The email that is required here is email for your institution. Like if you are Jelimishe have their email, kwa mfano jelimishe@gmail.com, unaandika hapo. Kama you are not sure of the institution email, this is how you do it. So nitaandika Jelimishe. Okay, I'll write my name, sorry, not Jelimishe, my name. Wishaminya. Jelimishe Secondary. Because it is a school, So nitamalizia .sc. So ishaminya@jelimishe secondary.sc. Then the password, you put a password of your own yenye utaweza kumbuka, then you confirm it. Then chini yake utaona accept our user terms and our privacy. So you can read all those details, or you just you click on it. So you check on it, then you register. Good. I know maybe a question will pop up later on. What if you don't use the institution email? So I'll try it. Acha niandike email yangu ya kawaida tu, nione vile itaniambia. ishaminya@gmail.com. Then the password can remain. Si lazima uweke password ile ya email yako. Hii ni password ile ya login to this exam.net. Then when I try to register, you can see what it has cautioned me. This part in brown, your email is not valid. Use your school email. So that's what I'm saying. School email lazima isome the institution yani. So hapo kwa Gmail I can just remove it. So nilikuwa nimeandika Wishaminya @jelimishe secondary, then usimalizia na .com because hii ni institution.sc. So whichever email that you write, bora ishare na SC, you'll be able to log in. So now I can register. So there it is. It has opened for us a new page. Here you can see we have on the home page, kuna mahali kumeandikwa new exam, kuna exam list, kuna surveillance, kuna my school profile, kuna sign out, and support. So all these are platforms which are or icons which are able to help you to maneuver as you create your exam. Good. So I've said this is a tool for assessment. So tunataka tujaribu tuone kama tunaweza create an exam. So if you have never created any exam here, utaona hii option ya new exam. Kama umai create, you will be able to see the samples of exams which you created before. But also you are given an option for you to create a new exam. So I'll click on new exam so that I'm able to create a new exam. Then let's say that exam is math. So nitaandika hapa kwa mfano math cut. That is the name of the exam. Then below it, kuna hii mahali pameandikwa exam questions. So there are 3 options there. You can see no digital exam questions. So this is a feature which a teacher, if for example you have put your learners in a given platform, you are able to read for them the questions orally, or you can write on a piece of paper and you give them. So we have the second option where you use a PDF file. On mfano, you have copies of exams in PDF format in your laptop or your device. So you can upload it there directly the way it is. Kama niyo full paper, unawapea hivyo hivyo. Then the third one is you write exam questions. So here, you can copy and paste just like in a Word format. So because most of us, we have these exams tuko nazo tayari in our device. So I'll use a PDF file so that it is very much convenient to us. So, and when I click there, that is what pops up. then it opens for me where I have saved my PDF format exams. So yangu iko kwa flash, so nitatafuta flash disk yangu. All right. So I'm still accessing my flash disk. My exam was in a flash disk. Just a minute. Good. So niko na so many materials here. So exam yangu ni ya math. Then niko na exam ambayo nataka kupea watoto wangu. So these are PDF exams which I have here. So because for example, I want to test them on 3-dimensional. So nitachukua hiyo copy exam and then create kitambo. Na ama nimetoka create na nimesave. So there it is. It has uploaded. You can see Jiendishe Secondary. The topic is 3-dimensional geometry. So hizo ndio maswali zenye nataka watoto wangu wafanye. Haya. Then after doing that, oh sorry. So the next thing, kuna student information enye nitataka wajaze so that I'm able to know them. Remember, they are not going to write on this piece of paper. So the first name, kuna hapa last name. It is good for you to give them these options so that they give you their details. Then email is very important. Ukisahau kuweka email, then you'll not be able to send their marks. So you have to check on the email. Then the class, for example, if you are giving these exams to multi-graded learners, mfano kuna mchanganyiko wa form 3 na form 4 na form 2. So if that exam allows them, all of them to be able to do, it's good for them to write their class. Then you can see next is teacher name. You don't need to indicate, si lazima wakuandike jina yako, but if you wish so, pia ni sawa. Then phone number, not necessary. Student ID is very important. And baada ya kuclick hapo, you can see what has happened. Student ID is the user name the school uses and not social security number. So ile tu yenye atatumia for identification of this exam. Then the next thing, kuna hapa mahali pameandikwa anonymized exam. So you can check it. Now, anonymized exam refers to enabling learners to be able to be their names to be replaced with their unique codes. So that by the time you'll be marking, you'll not be able to know their names, their identity. See vizuri to, as teachers, you know, it's not better to know the learners' names as you mark them. Then after doing that, the next step ni hapa kwa student worksheet. Now here, kuna this part written writing area. So here the students will be given a space for them to write their answers. So you have to check it. Kama kwa mfano nimeweka hii exam ya PDF, you see a PDF format, you cannot be able to edit it. So the learners will have to be given space for them to write their answers. So you check it. Then below it, we have spell check. Now, this one is good for English teachers as well as Kiswahili or language teachers. So if it is an example of English, at a math here, so you decide the language for the spelling check. Kama ni Dutch, French. Sisi ni, we are all of us English, so you go for English. So if you are a Dutch, make a Dutch, and so on. Then next is a scan written solutions. For example, kama umepeana mtihani ambao unataka wanafunzi waweze kuupload picture, and that picture is a bit abstract or complex, so you have to check so that you give learners opportunity for them to be able to scan their images and upload for you. Then below that, you have accessibility tools. If, for example, you need a translation, so that you're able to get different versions of so many languages, so you check it there. Kama ni synonyms for English, for example, you want to know another meaning of a word, so you give that learners platform for them to be able to know other words with the same meaning. Speech synthesis, for example, here you give learners option to read Hope I'm clear. Good. So if you have other additional documents, kwa mfano hii ilikuwa mtihani wa math, so nataka niwape other resources for them to be able to refer to. So you can add it there. Just click add PDF document, and so on. So paka hizi tools zote ni za kuwapea learners in their classroom as they sit for the exam. Now the feature below is very important for math teachers. Wameandika subject tools. You might want them to draw a triangle. So you check if you want them to draw anything. Just a minute, there is a pop-up here. Let me cancel it first. Inaleta makelele. Good. I think that's now better. So drawing tools. For example, if you want them to draw anything, unataka wachore kikombe, wachore triangle, wachore trapezium. So you have to check. Then just a minute, I'm doing something. Good. Calculator. If it is a math exam, you have to give them a calculator. If, for example, if it is a complex subway wanafanya. So you check. If you want them to draw a graph, how many graphs are trigonometry and so on, you make it active. So hiyo ni GeoGebra unawapea. Ukitaka wachore pia line equations of, you give them an equation and they are able, you want them to draw a line, parallel lines, lines with different gradients. So you give them the Desmos tool. Desmos and GeoGebra, they have some similarities, are used for drawing lines and also curves. Formulas are also very important, kama ni mtihani ya math. So you can either choose not to give them, or you give them basic formulas, or you give them advanced. Kwa mfano kama zile formulas za statistics, then you have to give them advanced formula so that they're able to get formulas for calculating mean, median, standard deviations, and so on. Then programming, yes, but because si lazima, you can check if the exam requires them to be able to program something. But here, the nature of the students is not a must for you to give them. So below that, kuna external resources also which you can add. For them, you can give them a link. So you upload the URL there, copy it and paste it up in the URL, so that in that exam room, they are able to have everything there. If at all mwanafunzi ataweza kusearch anything away from the exam room, that student is normally blocked. So to avoid blocking, then you give them all the resources. Then the last important thing is this security feature. So kuna the first part, students require high security mode. The second part, allow any browser, but prefer high security mode. For example, if you want them to log in, do they need to log in using Chrome or Mozilla? Those are the browsers that we are talking about. So once they are able to log in using Chrome, then they should wasiblokiwe juu usipomkubalia hiyo atumie features nyingi, then anaweza blokiwa. Or you can restrict, then you tell them that this is a browser which you need them to access the exam. So this is normally the better one. Then the third one, we have allow any browser, but without any security. Hapa ni allow any browser. The second one, allow any browser, but prefer high security mode, so that asiweze kucopy. So I think with that, we have given all the settings for that exam. Then now we create the exam. So I've clicked create exam. It is now creating. Good. So now it has already created. So you can see math cut, that was the exam name. Then the exam key, it is given here. Here you can capital L, V, R, T. So this is the most important key, which now you need to share with learners in whichever platforms. Kama wako kwa WhatsApp, you can share with them, or you email them the exam key. You will see how important it is. So you can note them down. Kama uko na laptop, wherever you are, then note down the exam key. That is LV, R, and then T, K, Y. So L, capital L, capital V, capital R, small t, capital K, then small y. Now, let's say this exam you want learners to be able to do it kuanzia saa 6 hadi saa 8. So you have to wait until that time, then all the learners will be ready. Hii hakuna kufanywa at students compatibility. It is done at once, all students seated at once. So you open, hapa kuna open or closed, so you open the exam. Then a pop-up will come. So open up for new students. Are you sure that you want to open the exam for new students? So you say yes. So you must confirm that, so that if usije ukafungua exam wanafunzi waanze kufanya na bado walikuwa hawako tayari. Good. So I think up to this moment now our exam is ready. So students are now able to do it. Now this is the page for the teacher. What about the student ataona nini? So I'll use the same. I'll sign out, then I log in as a student, so that you're able to see the page which students normally get. So I sign out. So it goes back to my initial page where you have this teacher and the student signing in. So kama ni teacher, una click kwa teacher. Kama ni student, you see when you are a teacher, it gives you option of writing the email and the password. But for the student, haitawapea hizo option. So students only need to enter the exam key, which I've talked about. So my exam key was L. So L capital, V, R, then small t, then capital K, then Y. So this key it provides the safe environment for the students. And then I click next. So it is loading. So you have to give it time. It depends with the network that you have. So bado ija load. I'll click on it again. So it is still loading. Bado enough. Unless let me check if my key was okay. LV R T then K and Y. Now, with this, at least now you can, it is evidence that if the key is wrong, then the students are not able to log in. So as a teacher, you can reshare again the key. So because labda nimeandika my key wrongly, so I'll go back and as a teacher, kwa vile ni mimi bado, so I'll log in and see if I exited the key properly. So my email was Wishaminya sorry. Good. So I'm signing in as a teacher so that I check my key well. Oh, email yangu bado inaleta shida. The thing was, it was Wishaminya at Jelimishe. .sp at Jelimishe Secondary, sorry. Then my password. Then I sign in. So it is still loading. It seems my network is down. I don't know why it is taking long. So this shows that you have to ensure the exam key is correctly logged in. If you don't log it in properly, then students will not be able to get the exam. It's taking time to sign in. Bado imenirudisha kwa mwanafunzi. So I'll log in again. Then my password, then sign in. Still having trouble with the registering. All right. Okay, let me re-register fresh so that we don't have this problem recurring again. So I'll do it very fast. Maybe for those who did not catch up, now you can be able to catch up. So register country, we said it is Kenya. There it
Mr.
is.
Wish.
Then next. Yes.
The problem is your email.
There is a
You
question
started with
somewhere?
the E. Yes.
Yes.
Your email, you had started with the E Wishamia at Jelimisha Secondary.
Okay.
Yeah, you started with
But
E.
I've tried to sign in, it has refused. Anyway, let me re-register, no problem.
All right. Proceed.
So Mombasa. Register. School. Let me choose Miritini. At a Jelimisha second is available. I can pick on that. Then my name, Manuel. Wishamina. Then my email. Let me change it for the sake of learning. So I'll write my two names, Wishamina Emmanuel at Miritini. Na mnisaidia kushika hii email. Miritini secondary .sc. Then my password. Then I confirm my password. Accept user terms, then register. Good. So I said now next we go to new exam. So I'll do it very fast. My exam was math cut. Then I want to upload for them a PDF. So it will open for me where I've saved my PDF. It is in my flash disk. So tayari ndio hiyo. I wait for it to load. Now, if that PDF file is so big, then they'll not be able to, it will take time yani, to load. So it has loaded in here. That was my exam. So I'll close. Then I give them which information do I want to collect from them. So hizi zote nilikuwa nimeonyesha: first name, last name, their email, their class. No need for them to write my name. No need for them to write my number. Then their student ID is needed. anonymize exams so that I don't know their names. I don't need to know their names. The writing area is very important so that they have space for them to be able to write the answers. Then the spelling check, yes, you can put it, but it's optional. If you want them to scan an image, you can give them that opportunity to do that. Tools for accessibility, very important. Ukitaka translation, enable. Ukitaka ikupe meanings for different words. If you want them to upload their speech, hapa kwa add PDF document, if you have something else which you want to give them as a resource, you can do so. Hizi zote audio files, if you want to attach an audio file as also a resource, okay. Nataka wachore triangle, so I make sure it is active, the drawing tool, the calculator. They need it because it is a math exam. Kama ni kuchora kitu, kama ni graph and so on, you use the GeoGebra and the Desmos tool. Formula is good for them to give them advanced formula so that they have, because hawa ni wanafunzi wa secondary school. Kama ni primary, then you give them the basic. No need for programming. Then I had said you allow any browser. Good, so I create the exam. So it is creating. Oh, it's okay. I had a problem kidogo. I was almost being removed. So the exam key nimepewa mpya. So let's take note. It is H N 2B H.
Excuse me, Mr. Shamia, kindly share your screen.
All right, all right. Just a minute. All right. So I'm sharing my screen. Hope you are able to see. Good. So this is the exam key, capital H, small n, 2 BE, capital H and small b. So we were saying to log in now as a student. So I'll sign out as a teacher. Then the exam key, you have to enter it. So that is capital H, small n, 2, small b, capital H, then small t. So I'll click next. So you can see what has popped up on the screen now. It is written high security mode. We are telling you to use a high security mode for this exam. Start high security mode or continue in this browser. So click on, you can click on any, no problem. And see what has popped up. All right, good. So after putting in the then the next thing the student, space for you are given the student the opportunity to write their names, their first name, their last name, the class, the email, and their ID. So the ID, for example, if it is Mtobo, so ataandika jina yake. So the first name ya Mr. Mtobo ni Wycliffe. Then Mtobo. Then the class, like for example, form 4, so it'll be form 4. Then email yake, kwa mfano Mr. Mtobo's email, W. All right, let me just guess any. There's no problem. So Wycliffe Mtobo at gmail.com. Now, you must ensure that this email, you as a student, is accurate because it is the one which the results will be sent to. Then student ID yake. Kumbuka wewe kama mwalimu ulitaka wanafunzi waweke ID. Sasa the student ID, they must feel something here. Now, wewe mwalimu ndio unajua ID zao. So because I had checked for them to fill a student ID, now I need the ID of Mr. Mtobo. Because sikuwa nimeishika, and then I need to go back again. Because I must fill something here. Let me see if I fill any number, if I am able to fetch the exam. All right, it has fetched. Then you can see what has popped up on the screen. The exam is opening and it has not been started. So the teacher did not start the exam. Kumbuka sikuwa nime-click exam to start. So that means students are not able to start this exam unless the teacher is there. So let me start it. So log in as a teacher. .sc. I don't know why my email keeps on bringing issues. So far up to that point, anyone with a question?
Wish.
Yes.
The email ni Wishaminya Emmanuel.
Yes.
At Miritini.
At Miritini.
Start with Wish.
Nataka hiyo kwa ndio nisikie.
Emmanuel Wishaminya at Miritini Secondary.
Wish.
SC. Yes, yes.
The email should be Wishaminya Emmanuel.
Not Emmanuel Wishaminya.
I'm getting you.
Sawa. Hello.
Iko sawa? Email inaleta shida hii.
Hello, Wish. Wish.
Wishaminya, not Emmanuel. Not Emmanuel Wishaminya, but Wishaminya Emmanuel.
Okay. Let me do that. Oh, good. So this is where I need to open or close the exam. So kumbuka it was open. Sorry, it was closed. So niki click pale, itaniuliza, are you sure that you want to open the exam for new students? It must ask you this so that you make sure your learners are available and ready to sit for this exam. Because hawezi fanya at their own time. It has time limits and time bound. So I'll click open. Then now it is open, so the students can be able to do it. So I first sasa ni log in as a student. So now I assume I'm now the student. So you go again there, exam.net. Ili ni login as a student. Login as a student has no problem. How to aneka the exam key. So that key was HN2B capital H and a small t. Then I click next. Continue with this browser. Then we had said the names. Alikuwa nani? Wycliffe Mtobo. So Wycliffe Mtobo. Class Form 4. Email ilikuwa Mtobo Wycliffe @gmail.com. Then we fetch the exam. So there it is open. So you can see now what has been written. The exam is ready. Then you are not allowed to leave the exam, and your teacher will be notified if you do so. So hapa hakuna kuepa. Sasa kama wanafunzi tayari wako tayari kufanya mtihani, then that student must begin that exam. And now you can see what has the exam has been loaded. The ile PDF yenye nili add. So anaweza scroll. This is a scrolling tool. So that is the exam yote. Ikiwa kubwa, it will take time. So I just made a small exam, just one page for them. And this is the space which we provided for the learners. they can't type on this PDF exam, but this is a space for them. So like, for example, the first question is draw a rectangle. So the student will write number 1, rectangle. Then kwa vile anafaa achore, ataenda kwa drawing tool. Kumbuka, if you can see here on the left, these are the tools which you have given the learners so that they're able to access them for them to be able to sit for this exam. So because anafaa achore, then you go to the drawing tool. You click there. Ni triangle, sio? So you need to insert a shape or not a shape. Enda tu kwa tool directly. Then tachora a rectangle. All right, that way. Ama hata ndio hii hapa. Just click the shape, rectangle. Then there it is. If the student wants to write a text on it, anaenda hapa kwa where it is written capital A and small a, so clicks there. Then anaandika hapo ndani, this is now the rectangle. Good. Hata kama ni hapa na anataka kuweka labda label, so these are rectangle. Then this is the an arrow to show that this is the rectangle. So I'm just trying to show you the different tools which are you are given here. If the student is not, even there is an arrow here, anaweza tumia, sorry, but not seen it. There it is. Kuna rubber and the eraser if the student wants to erase maybe any part of whatever has been drawn, and so forth. So after that, the student needs to save. So already ashachora, so saving ni hapa juu. So just click hapa save, and it will tell you saving image. It is saving the picture. It has saved. Then you go back to the exam. So question 1 tushajibu, mwanafunzi ashajibu, ashachora rectangle yake. Then next anaenda question 2. So question 2 is about amepewa pyramid. You need to calculate angle between whichever edge and edge. I'll not go through all this, but I'll show you how these tools are used. So kama ni swali ambayo inahitajika atumie formula, anaenda tu pale kwa formula sheets, you click there. Then it fetches the formulas for the student. So I think you can see fetching documents. Those are formulas being fetched. Hapa mwanafunzi hawezi simama aende kutafuta ama a Google formula. Akijaribu tu ku Google, then anakuwa locked. It is taking a little bit long because it's actually a PDF file. So as we wait for it to fetch, we have other features hapa. You can see calculator, GeoGebra, Desmos, drawing tool tushatumia, mmeona. Scan solution hapa mwanafunzi ana scan kama ni image. Here, if you want to scan something, then the student can use a phone. If actually the student is doing the exam using a phone, can use a phone if that phone is installed with an app. known as which is able to scan and read QR codes. Kama ana iko kwa Play Store. Buka tulikuwa tumempa translate, synonyms, speech synthesis. So all these are just tools which the student can use. Hapa kwa teacher chat. Here the student can communicate with the teacher. Mwambie kama question 1, I think I've had a challenge, and so on. Then here it is submit the exam. It is taking long. There it is. You have seen it now. I think it is loading for you. So all these are formulas given for the learners. You can see formulas, algebra, quadratic equations, binomial theorem, arithmetic. These are ni kama tu amepewa mass table. Mass table normally has formulas. So all these can use at depending on the connection, depending on the nature of the question. Good. So atachukua formula yake, then atumie for calculation, then goes back to the exam and calculate. So akishatumia hizi zote, GeoGebra can be used. I don't want to load GeoGebra now because of my internet is not a bit stable. GeoGebra is a very big file which will take a long time for it to be able to load. We shall try this later on. Nimesema synonyms can be used more so for English exams, English teachers who are in this platform. Then teacher chat, let me show you how it is used. Kama kwa mfano mwanafunzi amemaliza mtihani, naweza sema the exam was good, just type. The exam was good.
In my hand.
Thank you. Then ana share na mwalimu. Then akishamaliza ameconfirm amemaliza, then ana submit. Just click on submit. If at all the student try to cheat kwa kutafuta kwa kwenda kwa to search more information, I've said that student will be blocked, but the teacher can be able to see all the blocked students and can unblock them. Then ana submit exam yake. So are you sure that you want to finish and submit the exam? If at all labda may click pale by mistake, then this is what pops up. Are you sure that you want to finish and submit the exam? So if the student is confident that amemaliza, then we'll click on submit exam. If not confident that bado hajamaliza, can click on no na aweze kuendelea. So let me click on submit the exam. So there it has gone. So inaonyesha this is what the feedback the student gets. 234 Wycliffe Mtobo, thank you for your submission. You can now close the tab. Sasa hapa mwanafunzi amemaliza. So now let's go back to as a teacher to see if actually that exam has imemfikia mwalimu. So as a teacher, this is what you can only see. Mwanafunzi hawezi ona hii. So for the teacher to be able to see the students who have completed and those who have not completed the exam, the teacher goes to hapa penye pameandikwa surveillance / results. So click there. I've clicked on surveillance / results. So you can be able to see the results of the students. You can be able to see those who are still doing. Na kwa mfano kama exam ilifaa ishe saa 8 na kuna mwanafunzi bado haja submit, then you can force submit that exam on behalf of the student. Things taking a bit long. ni mambo ya internet kawaida. It's still loading. So remember I said all these icons here are very important for the teacher. We have this for creating an exam. Hapa pameandikwa new exam. Hapa exam list is the exams which the teacher has created before. Then hapa surveillance is where the teacher can be able to see all exams which have been done. So it has already loaded. I think you are able now to see. 2 students started the exam. 1 submitted the exam. And it is good. It seems there is somebody somewhere who has attempted to do it. Kumbuka nilifanya kama weekly mtogo, but I'm seeing you have 2 students who attempted to, somebody else attempted to do the exam. But remember it has security. So labda ni moja wetu tu in this platform mwenye aliandika the key somewhere. Oh, sorry, good. It is the same weekly mtogo. Kumbuka nimekuwa nikiingiza mara mbili. Sorry. So here you are able to see the following icons. 2 started the exam, 1 submitted the exam, and 1 is still ongoing. So we ongoing. Ukiona time imeisha, you can force submit. You go here, force submit for students. So like for mfano, let's assume the time is up. So I'll click there and force submit the exam of this student. So itaniuliza, are you sure you wish to end the exam and force the student to submit? This applies to all students within this exam key. However, exceptions can be made. Like kwa mfano kama ule mwanafunzi alianza late labda. So let me click on proceed so that you see what happens. Good. So you can see the figures have changed. The students who are ongoing, sasa inaonyesha 2 did and 2 have already submitted the exam. So that is how we use the icon for submitting. Then here we have an icon for set a timer for the student. They are able to see, kama exam ilikuwa 2 hours, they can see the countdown for the time on their screens. Then here, if you want to know the exam keys, kumbuka ustahili kujua majina ya watoto. So the exam key for the students, if for example moja hapa amemaliza vizuri na unataka aendelee, you can allow by clicking here so that the student can resume and be given again another key for the student to use for the exam. Then if you want to know the students who have done their names, you have the 4th icon, reveal the student identities. And so on. Mpaka watu ukitaka kuprint, ukitaka kudownload, ukitaka kudownload hizi zote. Even if you want to download in PDF format, in Word format, you want to download the answers only for you to save them in your files. Also, you can do so. If you want to get to send copies to student emails, copies of their answers, you click on send copies to student emails and so forth. So you can see this part, this icon here, surveillance, is very important as far as the teacher is concerned. Yani ndio meza ya mwalimu. So after doing this, for example, you want to mark the student, these students' work. So you go to download the files. Then it will download. So itakuletea hii, this thing will pop up, download Word file. Then inakwambia this will download Word files directly to your computer. So I'll click download. So it is now downloading. It has downloaded, and all downloads, you are able to see them just below your screen. Hizi zote hapa kwa screen hapo chini. I don't know if you are able to see. Then I'll save them. I'll save them in a file. I'm sure they have gone to downloads. So you go to downloads. You go to downloads, click download. Then ndio hizi hapa. So ni ile moja ni vile nime download mara mbili. So I'll copy it. Then I place it on the right place. Kwa mfano kwa desktop. So I'll paste it on my desktop. So here it is. Then I'll rename it. If it was the paper ya mtobo, or I can say student 1. Good. So it is good for you to know where you have saved it, because now that you want to mark is the only platform where you can mark it easily is through the Google Sheets. So you go back to your email, the drive of your email. You can open another tab. Mtu haja unmute mic mahali. So I'm opening my Google Drive. I'm opening my Google Drive so that I open the student's paper, the undersheets through Google Sheets. Now, I think at this moment you can be able to know that if you had given a very big paper, then it will take you time to mark. Na pia kama ulikuwa na wanafunzi wengi, then that means you have to download for all of them. So if you are co-teachers, you can share the learner scripts. Ili moja, kama ni wanafunzi 10, moja achukue 5, mwingine 5 pia. So I'm opening my email so that I access my drive. I'm using my colleague's device, so I have to sign in with my email. At that point, any question? So my email is loading. So I can't mark it using a email which does not belong to me. So I must use my drive. All right, good. So I open my drive. I think Mr. Okuba showed you how you can access your drive. Alionyesha the three column matrix. So if you click there, just at the right corner on top, and be able to see the 3 column matrix. So when you click there, you are able to see we have Google Drive, Google Sheets, and so forth. So I've clicked on Google Drive. Then I want to upload it into my Google Drive. So I'll go to new. file upload. It is a file, it's not a folder. So I had saved it on my desktop. Then I had written as student 1. That is how I had saved the student's worksheet. Remember, you can physically mark them. It's not a must for you to mark them online. You can physically print them and mark. But now for the situation where learners, you don't have them at is a physical distance. Hauko nao karibu. The best option is you mark them online and send their marks again online. But kama uko nao karibu, you can still mark them physically. So it has already uploaded. Let me see where it is. So it is already in my drive. So I want to mark it. I've just clicked on it directly in my files, which are in my drive. So I'm almost winding up. I'm only remaining with a few details. After marking, I think I'll be done. It is still opening. So you see, if you have a few, it has stopped sharing. Huh? All right. There it is. I've opened it now in my Google Drive. And this is the work which my student did. My student by the name Tobo. So this is the first question. The student was required to draw a rectangle. So amechora, amenipa hizi zote mbili. Ya kwanza na ya pili. So you can decide as a teacher and comment. If you want to comment, you highlight it. And comment. I'm looking for comment. Right, it will take me time. So here now, kwa mfano ilikuwa 2 marks according to the paper. So I'll you can comment. Hii inaona inanisumbua ku highlight hapa. I don't know because it is an image. So if it is a text, for example, just highlight it, then you comment, you write like 2 marks. Then you give the reason why the student has done it well. Ama kama amekosea, you also correct the student. So kwa mfano hii score 2 marks. You highlight and then you write the number of marks which the student has scored for this particular question. So you really don't have the tick like the one which you can get in WhatsApp. So here it relies more on comments than giving the marks. Then from there you just share. Click on share just at the right corner. Then you share to the email of the student. That student email yake ilikuwa ni Wycliffe Mtobo @gmail.com. Then you write, ndio hiyo email yake. If you have ever communicated with him before, you'll see it popping up. Then you can write a message for the student again. Good work. Keep it up. Kama alifanya vizuri. Kama anastahili kuimprove, unamwambia you need to improve in a given area. Then next we send. So at this point, the student will get the feedback and also the marks of what he or she had done. Good. So at least I've taken you through on how to log in as a teacher, how to log in as a student. As a student, you only need to have the exam key. So it is the teacher to share the exam key with you. Then as a teacher, you have so many details which you need to put. Not that many, but in Mamba region, that means your county, your institution email, and I've shown you how to write institution email. Then you also need to provide you need to have the exam already in your PDF in your device. Apart from having it now as a PDF, in your device as a PDF, you can still read for them, or you can even copy and paste it in the Word format. Then they'll be able to see the exam and be able to do it once you have set up the conditions for them to do. Kama ni math, is good for you to give them the formulas, to give them the tools for math. Kama ni English, unawapa tools za English. Kama ni history, and so on. You just choose whatever you need to give them according to the nature of the paper which you have, which you are sharing with the learners to do. So at this juncture, I think I'm done, and I wish to share with you the exam key. Maybe at your own free time, you can be able to do it as students. Maybe as tomorrow, as we do recap of what was done today, we can be able to know actually if you attempted. So take note of the exam key for this paper. It is H. You can write it somewhere, H, capital H, small n, 2, then small b, capital H, then T. It is, you can see it on the screen. Unaweza jaribu hata kuchora. Jaribu what you can, so that when we shall be doing recap, at least we can be able to know actually if you have learned something. Otherwise, I welcome any question as I remove screen sharing. Any question, colleagues?
Yeah. Any question? We can unmute all of us and appreciate it. Before any questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I now there's a question from Madam.
Back to Hebron.
There's a question for you, Mr. Ishamia, from Madam Macau.
Yes, please.
Okay, I wanted to just inquire.
Yeah.
You have talked about when you are registering, you have to use the email for the school. Is it?
Yeah.
That was the first question. Maybe you clarify on that. Does it mean you cannot use your own email as a personal account? Then question number 2, when you are filling in the emails, I could see you are just guessing an email. Does it mean you don't require a valid email, or the emails that you are using were valid? And then maybe question number 3, the student's ID can take any number, or it must be like admission number or any number like 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
So,
Thank you very much. Those are good questions. Now, let me respond to it before we get more questions. Now, Madam Elizabeth, when you are doing registration as a teacher, you must use institution email. If you know the institution email for your school, then you can use it. But if you don't know, you can use your own names. Then lazima umalizie na SC, so that to prove that this is so that the system can be able to know that hii ni email ya institution. Kwa mfano Elizabeth Kabata at stcharleswanga.sc. Ukiweka tu yako Elizabeth Kavata at gmail.com. That hiyo si email ya institution, hiyo ni individual email. So it won't allow you to go. It won't allow you. Haitakubalia uende to the next step. Then you have asked about the student email, whether it is the student has to use valid. Yeah, the student has to use a valid email. For this case, niliges to is email ya mwenzetu hapa. I don't know it very well, but I just guess just for demonstration purpose. But if for reality, the student email must be correct. Ule mwanafunzi wakati anajaza email yake, it must be a valid email so that you are able to get it, you as a teacher, and send responses back to it. If it is not valid, then the student will not get the feedback. Then hapo kwa student ID, hiyo tu, just the same way you have said, you can use admission number. Unaona mimi niliweka tu 1, 2, 3 na ikaenda through. So the identity yenye mwanafunzi anatumia shuleni can use it as the student identity. Any other question?
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Wish.
Yes.
Hello. Yes, this is Betty. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I have one question. Where you were talking about, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm getting you.
Yes, where you talked about submission after the students are done with the exam. Can it be automatic so that as a teacher, I can go on doing other things so that the exam time is set, and when the time elapses, the exam automatically submits itself than me forcing a student to submit? Can it be done on your setting?
Yes, that's a good question. Like you are talking about an instance where a student the time imeisha na mwanafunzi bado anafanya mtihani. Then you are saying that can it submit itself? It can't. Ni wewe tu mwalimu, you must be online as they do it, and you are able to know yule mwanafunzi mwenye bado anafanya na yule mwenye wale ambao wamemaliza. So kwa mfano nilisema ikisha saa 8 na uone kuna wanafunzi kama wawili bado, you can communicate to them even before you force submit, or you can even force submit and later on they give you reasons to why they delayed in doing the paper. Then you can again give them back the paper, and it will generate for you another new student ID for them to be able to do using it. But haiwezi tuma tu yenyewe na time imeisha. Lazima wewe ndio mwalimu, wewe ndio una manage, you are their managers. So the platform gives you the overall responsibilities for you to do everything concerning as much as the assessment is concerned. Thank you very much, madam. I think I've responded.
Mr. Ishamia, allow me to cut you there. Yes. In our midst, we have some guests. We have Yeah, we have Mr. Korir Emmanuel from Laikipia. I'll give him 1 minute to introduce himself, and then I'll give it back to Francisca to invite our main guest for the day, and then we will move forward. Mr. Emmanuel, 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. It's fine.
Korir, are you there? Korir, are you there? Okay, I think he has not he's still muted. The mic is still muted. So he's Emmanuel Korir. He's a project officer also supporting education pillar in Laikipia County. He has joined us to cross-learn, and therefore when his mic is on, I'll be in a position to give him a chance also to say something. Francisca, I hand it over back to you to welcome our guest speaker.
Thank you very much, Hebron. I appreciate the presentations that have gone forth. As shared in the morning, we were expecting a chief guest who we are honored to have this afternoon. That is the incoming County Director, TSC Mombasa, Dr. Samuel Marigat. And for the sake of the guest, Dr. Marigat, this is a refresher training for teachers from schools supported by Jelimishe project. We have teachers drawn from 19 secondary schools represented in the 5 sub-counties. And out of those teachers, majority of them are teachers of English and mathematics, with a number drawn from the other subjects. With 4 principals present, we have Principal Hassan Joho Girls, Madam Firdaus Mohammed. We have Principal Sharif Nasir Girls, Madam Cecilia. We have Principal St. Teresa's Girls, Madam Grace Nyamai. And we also have Principal Miritini Secondary, Mr. Kevin Omondi, who took us through a session on mobilizing learners and how the experience has been. We've had 2 very powerful sessions, majoring on engaging learners online. Mr. Okuba Vincent, who is a teacher coach, took the teachers through Google Classroom, a tool that is very key in ensuring that learning takes place properly. The just ended session is by Mr. Wishaminya Emmanuel, who is a teacher of mathematics, Miritini Secondary School, and also a teacher coach supported by Jelimishe Project. I was taking the teachers through assessment through exam.net, and it has been a very practical session. So as we welcome you to address them, they are a very dedicated team and have continued to support online learning, even in the midst of this pandemic. Before I hand over to you, I'm also informed we have Madam Matuku, Deputy Principal, Sacred Heart High School. So it is a team that has really sustained all that you've done since April up to this period. And we believe even as we move on to the community-based learning, it is a team that will support to ensure that learners are supported. So I would request all of us, because we cannot see each other, to just unmute and do 1 major clap as we welcome our guest of the day, Dr. Samuel Marigat. Kindly let's unmute and do one clap. I'll count at the count of 1, 2, 3. Let's unmute. 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you. I know it's not organized during the physical meetings, but you've been able to do it. Karibu sana, Dr. Marigat.
Yeah, thank you very much. I should have joined you in the morning, but I was involved in a meeting I was chairing, and that's why I delayed. To be able to make sure that these 19 schools which are lucky to be on board, actually the colleagues who are here are able to make a difference in the lives of the children. So I want to thank the trainers who are here, the colleagues who are here, the mentors who are here, the principals, for making a difference in the lives of the learners. The beautiful thing with this online program, I think COVID has really given us an opportunity to make a difference. Who would have thought that we would have embraced online programs like this? No wonder we have very many players on the online platform now. Everybody is rushing to go online. Previously, I think we used to have Skype, and thereafter, during this pandemic, Zoom came in very strongly until other players realized now they can also do the same because everyone is doing everything online. Now we have Facebook, we have MS Teams, Google Classrooms, and all these platforms. And it's a great opportunity to be able to interact with you. I know today we were scheduled to have a training for the sub-county directors and up to the zonal officers on the community-based learning. And because somebody went to court, we are Kenyans and we respect the law. We call it off until further notice. But it's an initiative that you're already running with it. And for sure, it's a good thing because the reality is we have many learners out there. We have many learners who are getting involved in a lot of negative things, their vices. Even where I live here in Mombasa, there are lots of cases reported of children who are involved in petty crime, and we need a way of engaging them. I think history has never given us an opportunity, even as parents, to stay with our children for all this long. And therefore, this is a big challenge that we have in our hands, and we need to address it whichever way. So I want to appreciate that it's a new norm. Colleagues, we are unlearning what we have always known. We are teachers as always people who sit in or stand before children, and so that we teach. And right now, this online program has made us into learners. We are getting to a situation where we start learning things, even things we thought that we knew. And it's a big challenge for all of us. And I want to appreciate that the best teacher is the best learner. So every time is a good opportunity to learn, and that's the direction to go. Today I was making a presentation in the morning on Google Meet, and I needed to learn something on, I wanted to be sure what I'm sharing on my screen is right. And I had to call somebody and say, by the way, how do you go about it? So in the process of learning and unlearning so that we relearn, let's not be shy to say I don't know. Because it is what makes us better colleagues, better teachers to be able to support this program. And the principals who are here, I think that's the next big challenge, because all of us need to move away from the paperwork and we move on to technology. I love technology myself, and therefore for the period, I'm 1 month old in Mombasa. For the period that I'm going to be here, I should be able to join you even on this program, and Hebron and team, I should be able to join you on this program, and I work with you in supporting and to make a difference in the lives of the children. It's exciting to be on Google Classroom, and I'm sure the facilitators who have been with us, because as a classroom, you'll be able to do what we've been doing. You teach, you assess, you give feedback, and you will do all those things online. So it's a challenging time. Colleagues, let us when life gives you a lemon, what you do is you make a lemonade. If every time you spend your time complaining and saying this thing is not possible, then you will not go far. Whatever opportunity you have, let's take the chance and make a difference in what we have. So I want to wish you well. I want to promise that I will be able to be a serious partner of Jelimisha. I want to promise that I will join my colleagues in whatever they are doing. I see most of us are teachers of English and mathematics. I am a teacher of English myself and literature. So I will be at home amongst you. And I want to ask you that even at a personal level, should there be things that we think we can do to make a difference please let us do. Finally, I know once the challenges we are going through are sorted, we should be able to come back to a way of reaching out to the learners and the community. We need to reach out to the learners and the community. I was impressed with the work of one governor who created, this time, who created a hub where children, hotspots within town where people can go and access internet. And I would see children even borrowing mobile phones from other people just to go to that hotspot and be able to access. It makes all the difference. I want to wish you well. And on behalf of Teacher Service Commission, on behalf of the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, colleagues, I want to say thank you. We may not have had the opportunity to thank you individually. I know, especially in these difficult times, I can see some of us are, they are not in offices. The beautiful thing with an online program is wherever you find yourself comfortable in, that is where you interact. Even today, as we were canceling the CBL training that we were to, the refresher course that we were to do. The beautiful thing is, though we canceled on short notice, nobody said I had traveled. Those who are in Mombasa, those who are in Likoni, those who are in Shanzu, those who are in, I think one of the people was in Nyanza. Nobody needed to travel because you can access technology wherever you are and you can do everything where you are. I want to wish you well. I want to promise I will be able to journey with you, not as a director, but as a colleague. Because bottom line, God has given us a great opportunity as teachers. And I know we usually take it for granted, the fact that you have opportunity to make a life-changing opportunity in the lives of children. We have the greatest opportunity to make the children that we teach to look like us. Very few professions have that opportunity. Colleagues, if you thought about that for a moment, that the children we teach are going to be like us, you will take your position very seriously. And you'll feel good. You'll be proud of the people that have made a difference. When I came to Mombasa, among the people who called me are my former students. And they're very proud that their teacher is here. And they don't give a damn that you're a county director. They know you are the teacher. And I have lunches promised for me, I think, by my students. The few who are here in Mombasa. And that is the difference we make when we teach. We plant a seed, and this is a seed. They will work with it for the rest of their life. So beyond teaching content, we teach values, and from our character, from the way we relate to them, they will be like us in very many ways. I want to wish you well. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. In Kiswahili, we say, mgeni njoo mwenyeji apone. I'm sure teachers, you've been inspired by those words. My key take here is that the best teacher is the best learner. And as colleagues, we have an opportunity to make a difference in the lives of children. And I also confirm that now that you've confirmed that you also are an English literature teacher, in you we see a colleague and a friend. And we are going to work together to make a difference in the lives of children in Mombasa. So thank you so much. Can we clap once more as Daktari logs out? Can we unmute and just give one heavy clap? When COVID is over, we'll meet in person and celebrate him. Can we clap once? 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are really honored to have you. And we are going to work together. Once the court case is decided, we are going to work together to roll out the community-based learning model. Back to you, Hebron.
And maybe, Francisca, I just want to confirm that I had sent the invitation to Jelimisha to join us on the program because you are serious, and because you are serious partners. And I'm sure next time we have opportunity, we will even extend, since I'm the one who created the link, I will extend the link to some of you, even the team leaders in this forum, so that you just become part of the journey and the lessons you have learned from the Elimisha program, you can bring on board. I want to wish you well.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. That's an honor, and we'll be glad to collaborate with you. Back to you, Hebron.
Thank you, Francisca. Now that our county director has officially made this possible. It is really great to have you on board, and also teachers who have actually been patient. They have learned since morning. I want to really extend my gratitude to all of you, to our facilitators, the teacher coaches, Mr. Okuba, Mr. Wishaminya, and whoever who will also be doing the same tomorrow, for the principals, and even the teachers who have gotten into this platform through invites from others. You are really welcome. We learn together so that we can make out the best for our learners. So I want to end the meeting today, and we'll meet tomorrow at 8:50. Kindly let's meet at 8:50 so that we can have also a session like this. Also, before leaving, make sure you write your details in the chat box, your name. If you had not done that, you can do it again. Your name, your subject combination, and your school, and also your number, Safaricom number, before you log out. As we do that, I will give it 1 minute for us to write our details in the chat box for those who have not done that. And then we can have Madam Josephine pray for us. Madam Josephine from Sharif Nasir, kindly pray for us, and then we will leave. I will give 2 minutes for those who had not written their contacts to do so, and then I'll end the meeting. Back to you, Josephine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let us believe and pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for your love and mercies upon our lives. Thank you, Father, for the fruitful meeting that you had. Thank you, Lord, for all that we've been able to learn. We pray that, Lord, may help us keep it and be able to use it so that our learners may benefit. We thank you, Lord, for all the facilitators today and for the JLMisha group. We pray that you may continue blessing them, oh God. As we depart to other issues, we pray for your protection. In Jesus' name, we believe as we pray. Amen.
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 Thank you. So don't forget to write your details in the chat. We meet tomorrow at 8:50. I will share the link with you.
Amen.
Yeah, it was a nice time.
I will share the recorded version of all we have done today in the Numeracy group. Mr. Korir, are you there? Korir. Teachers, you can write your details. leave and leave the meeting. Naona bado wengine waliandika na bado wako kwa meeting.
Emmanuel Korir.
Okay, I'll be mentioning your names one by one. Name, Atemo, I hope you have written your details.
Yes.
Okay, you can leave.
Yes, I have.
You can leave the meeting, please. Click to end.
Okay.
Yeah. Dorothy,
Yes, I've
have you registered?
Yes.
Aya, nenda hapo chini kwa screen utaona end. Then click there.
Where?
Chini hapo. End. Okay, I can do it from my side, don't worry.
Okay.
Boniface. Oh, he has left. Javiero.
74.
Nasim Salim. I've seen your details. You can leave. Lois Njuki. Lois Njuki, are you there? Yeah, have you written your details?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, you can leave the meeting kindly.
Please help me leave because I don't know how to do it.
Oh, okay. I want you to do it. So go down at your screen. Are you using a phone or a laptop?